That's hard. That's hard. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Hey, it's a new stream started. Yeah, it's a new stream started, and motherfuckers. I got the link out there, so yeah, yeah. Yeah.
Yo, you hear me, Swan?
Yep, I can hear you, bro.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah, no doubt. No fucking doubt. You got to. Shit.
Yeah.
When it's over with, and I done murdered one of them niggas and went home.
Hey, Swan, what you think about that single cover, bro? That's my first time.
Yeah, that shit trash, bro.
I know all that pink into this shit is gonna cross over swell.
Nah, the quality and shit. It looked like a couple pictures laid up on top of each other. That shit look horrible. Shit look like
The quality, this is just a video, and I put a thing over it. But the real quality is glossy.
you need that. Other than that, it's you. Shit, it's work. It's done. Let's get it solved. Yeah, I don't know what happened, but the Zoom ended. So,
We back?
yeah, we live and shit.
We back. Around my mouth, I'm looking like, what? How come ain't nobody saying nothing? Ain't no motherfucking stream. The stream ended. Start a new stream. You good with you, Solar?
The stream already started, bro. We live.
Yeah. See, Swab gonna want me talking on his platform too long. You know what I'm saying? So. Yeah, nigga, you told the whole damn movie. I mean, fuck it now. Yeah, we had Richard going on there yesterday. Who was that? Oh yeah, that was T-Duck. This nigga was going in. It was 3:00 in the morning over here. No, it was 3:00 in the morning. This nigga was talking. Wasn't nobody in the chat room, and it was Blue and Suave on mute. Yeah, I was in the chat. I was asleep. Yeah, they was asleep. He left them on. But I was in there listening to this nigga tell so many stories, bro. This nigga was going for hours, bro. Holding it down, just talking in a circle. I'm like, damn, T-Duck. He told all his military stories. People he had to fight. Got slapped by a white boy or some shit. Like, this big white boy, he can't fuck with him. He said he got slapped by a white boy. Slapped. He said ever since that, he respected him. He got slapped by a white boy. And he said after that, he respected him. Yeah. I guess he got to respect him now, and the motherfucker slapped him. He didn't do shit about it. That sounds like fear to me right there. So you celebrate your holiday yesterday, bro? What, the 4th of July? Yeah. Man. I don't think I I can't say that because I'm 40 years old, but I don't remember a 4th of July falling on a Sunday. I don't remember.
Me neither.
I think I was like maybe like 14. I went to Penn's Landing. They had Smokey Robinson and Earth, Wind and Fire. Earth, Wind and Fire at the performing for the 4th of July. And that shit was popping. It was a lot of people out there, motherfucker. But this year I ain't do nothing.
Okay.
I brought that up because that's the last time I did something for the 4th of July. I think I was like 14. That was 94. Earth, Wind and Fire was at the Penn's Landing. And yeah, Smokey Robinson, Earth, Wind and Fire was out there. And there was a lot of people out there for the free concert. Because they give a free concert. I don't know if they did it this year. They probably did because the COVID restrictions and all that stuff is down there.
Uh-huh.
So they probably did do something. I think they did. Who was supposed to be out there? I think I heard something. I don't know. I think it was Mary J and S. I don't know who it was. But usually every year they have somebody that they'll bring out there. But no, I just chilled yesterday, man. Hey, yesterday, yeah, today's Monday. Yeah, I just chilled out. Nobody celebrate well, yeah, it was a lot of fireworks going off. I would say that. So I guess they're celebrating the 4th of July, right?
Yep. They definitely be burning their money up, bro.
Yeah, I guess they're celebrating. So
literally, dude, like, yo, I got these mugs over here real cheap, bro. Your kids will love them.
Okay, so
my man,
hey, Swab, with your permission, am I allowed to do my presentation today on your channel? He's not even there. So I guess that means yes, right?
Absolutely.
Okay, so let's go ahead and pull. You know what I'm saying? What they doing? What they doing? What they doing with that? What they doing with that? I don't think I'll finish this song. This is one I did already on my channel before. I'm gonna get a transhumanism. Okay, so nigga just started the stream. Where you at? Can you see? Can you see, Lance?
I can see you.
Can you see the presentation?
Hold on, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Can you see the presentation?
Okay. Yeah, I see it.
Okay, so I did this presentation before on the channel. This is kind of update because I've been doing some research and I've been discovering a lot of things concerning the 5G and also with the culprits behind promoting this coronavirus. Now, there's a couple of theories out there that you probably should be aware of before I start this presentation. One being is that there's a theory out there that's saying that the coronavirus is not an actual virus. That all the people that's getting sick is getting sick from 5G technology. And they're saying that the 5G technology, when you go and look at where they erected this 5G technology, this is where you would have the mass amount of, or a greater amount of coronavirus cases, right? There's another theory that suggests that that they are actually injecting us with the coronavirus, you know, And they're injecting us also with something that's going to get us to be more compatible with 5G technology. This is why they want to promote the vaccinations, you know, because whatever is in these vaccinations is going to help us, you know, be compatible with this 5G technology that is supposed to be coming out. So there's a couple of theories, and I'm not saying that whether it's true or not, because we got to turn over all the rocks when you're dealing with this beast, you know. There's not a stone that should be unturned. This is why I like people like Lance, because he is not afraid to turn over stones. You know what I'm saying? Go down a rabbit hole and see where it takes you. You know? Just leave a trail so you can get back out, you know. But with that being said, definitely I was looking into that because there's always a little bit of truth in every particular and whatever theory that actually, you know, is good enough to kind of get people to actually begin to buy into it. You know, got to be a little bit of truth in it. So, with that being said, transhumanism is the ultimate objective. When you're talking about what they're trying to do, now, it's people that think we should go with the politics. It's people that think we should vote. It's people that think we should start a community and get it together, you know, and this unity. And these are all things that's being thrown out there, right? You know, operating within the system. But see, y'all don't know the depths of Satan. This is why you always got to be attached to some religious doctrine. Why? Because this is the playbook of the elite. I'm going to repeat that. The religious doctrine is the playbook of the elite. So what they do is that they, you know, the book of Revelations, right? They'll actually begin to do some of the things that's in the book of Revelations. Now, there's many theories as to why they do that. Some people say, well, that's to get the people to kind of acquiesce more faster, since they think that this is the process that has to happen before Christ returns. There's other people that says that, well, it's a group of people that are in the upper echelon of humanity that actually knows that they are the devil. Yes, family. They know who they are. You know? And there's been a lot of great teachers that actually come out with the teachings showing who these people are. You know, in the Bible, they make reference to a group of people they refer to as Gog and Magog. You know, they will reach forth to every height, and that they will actually be the ones that actually have power to subjugate man. This is what's been prophesied. It refers to Gog and Magog in the book of Revelations as the serpent, Satan. In the Quran, it refers to him as the beast of the earth. The beast of the earth. Gog and Magog, the jinn. All these is talking about a specific group of people or an elitist group of people that actually has a plan to cull humanity as we know it. For what purpose? Because they're Luciferians. They believe in the devil. Okay, this is God and this is the devil. We're going to follow the devil, you know? So they got, you know, erected in Georgia. They had it, I think they kind of desecrated the monument, but they call it the Georgia Guidestones. And the Georgia Guidestones, they had the 10 Commandments for the New World Order or the New Age, right? And one of them was to reduce the population by almost 90%. And, you know, when you read the Club of Rome, and the Club of Rome, they actually talking about creating a society or a global society that is conducive for 500 million people. Now, in America alone, it's 300, I think it was 370 something million. They talking about for the planet 500 million. Now, in India, it's over 1 billion people. In China, it's over 1 billion people. In America, it's over 372 million. To reduce, and that's not even counting Africa. We didn't even talk about Africa, right? So they want to reduce the population by almost 90%, right? And this is in the Club of Rome. The Club of Rome does exist to this very day. For those who are unaware, the Club of Rome was created by Rockefeller. The Club of Rome, and also a man by the name of Zygmunt Brzezinski also played a role in developing the Club of Rome. The Club of Rome they are Malthusians. A Malthusian is a person that followed the work of Robert Malthus. And then Robert Malthus wrote The 6 Principles of Population, where he actually said that through the process of famine, disease, and war, the earth regulates itself, right? And if the food capacity gets overridden by the population, that would be a Malthusian catastrophe, So the earth has to regulate itself. But the problem with the theory is that the earth is not regulating itself. It's the goddamn man that's regulating this goddamn planet through famine, disease, and war, as what it says in the book of Revelations. Revelation 6:8. And behold, the pale horse, and power was given unto him to rule with famine, disease, pestilence, and the sword, and the beast of the earth. So we're living in the end times. Transhumanism. What is transhumanism? In order for you to know the depths of what transhumanism is, you'll have to now go to this man. He goes by the name of Charles Darwin, right? Just a little bit of general information about Charles Darwin. And this is Robert Malthus. And this, once again, is what I actually was talking about off the dome, But this is actually what he put in his essays in 1798. It says by the man that started the Ahmadiyya Muslim community, Ghulam Ahmed. He said that the Dajjal, the Dajjal is similar to what they call in Christianity the Antichrist. He says that the Dajjal are the Christian missionaries and the European philosophers. This is a European philosopher by the name of Robert Malthus. And once again, he says that the problem with the planet is people, and the earth regulates itself through famine, disease, and war. That would be a form of what this man would call natural selection. And he's even on record admitting, and this is Charles Darwin I'm speaking of, he is even on record admitting that it wasn't until he read the works of Robert Malthus that he actually had a theory by which to work with. What does that mean? It means that the theory of natural selection, or the preservation of the favored races in the struggle for life. Who are the favorite races, according to Charles Darwin? Who are the races that are favored over the other races? Why are these races favored over other races? It's something that you should ask yourself. Charles Darwin gives a breakdown of why he considers some races to be over other races. He says in his in the encyclopedia, chapter 1952 edition of the encyclopedia, page 336. Also, you can find this in the book Descent of Man. Right? It says, at some future period, not very distant and as measured by centuries, the civilized races of man will almost certainly exterminate and replace the savage races throughout the world. What does that mean? Is this suggesting that there are people on the planet that are more civilized than other people on the planet? And we could look at different nations. We have a classification in the West of what we call first world, second world, and third world. We changed the tone to developed nations and lesser developed nations, right? But it's still the same concept, just different lingo. Okay, so who are these savage races that Darwin speaks of? Right? Okay, so here is the more extensive version of his statement. He says, at some future period, not very distant as measured by centuries, the civilized races of man will almost certainly exterminate and replace throughout the world the savage races. At the same time, the anthropomorphous apes, as Professor Skafferhausen has remarked, will no doubt be exterminated. The break will then be rendered wider, for it will intervene between man in a more civilized state, as we may hope, than the Caucasian, and some ape as low as a baboon, instead of, as at present, between the Negro, the Australian, and the gorilla. What is he saying? He's saying that at some very period, not distant by centuries, the civilized races of man will exterminate what he referred to as the savage races of men. Who are these savage races of men? These savage races of men are closer in the process of evolution. They're closer to the orangutan and the gorilla. So once those people or that class is exterminated, right, the gap will be wider between the civilized man and a gorilla, right? So the in between the civilized man and the gorilla will be the Australoid, the Negro. They would be the ones that, okay, he's not a gorilla, but he's at the same time just a savage human at the bottom of the totem pole for us, in terms of what a human is, or Homo sapien, right? So this is the philosophy of Charles Darwin, coming out of the mouth of Charles Darwin. This is his words. This is what he has to say pertaining to how he views the black man. Because you are the Negro. You know, this is what he viewed you. This is how he views you. Why would you follow his theory of evolution? This is part of his theory of evolution. This is just a process. Natural selection. Right? It is very true, and this is a statement by Charles Darwin. It says, "It is very true what you say about the higher races of men, when high enough replacing and clearing off the lower races. In 500 years, how the Anglo-Saxon race will have spread and exterminated whole nations. In consequence, how much the human race, viewed as a unit, will have risen in rank." So, once again, the philosophy of Charles Darwin. He has a theory. He's applying now his theory of natural selection to human beings. So what does that entail? It entails him believing or coming up with this cockamamie theory, suggesting that the Caucasian, it is his duty to now go and exterminate these races. And once these lower races are exterminated, then humanity can begin to further evolve. What is that saying in essence? What that is saying is that these other races that are lower than the Caucasian, is holding humanity back. They're playing a role of preventing evolution because they still stuck in their archaic ways. They have to now develop and evolve. And the white man is waiting. He is waiting patiently for the African to catch up. He is waiting patiently for the Arab man and the Australoid and the Mongoloid to catch up, right? Because humanity cannot progress as what they say in sports. We are good as our worstest person. So using that theory and applying it to, according to what Charles Darwin is saying, the Negroid is holding the process of human evolution. So it is incumbent now that we have to find a way to systematically, or just outright destroy them, right? So this is why he made this statement, clearing off the lower races in 500 years. Extermination is a theory that was permanent and during the early 19th century was called the dying race theory. And according to that theory, it suggested that the older races or the races that were more quote unquote primitive, they had a problem with development. And once they meet the European, who according to Darwin is the more evolved human, that they could not fit or cope or be able to be productive in the society that was created by the European, who according to Charles Darwin is more evolved. So what happens as a result of that? They would eventually die off. That is the dying race theory. So when you hear terms in 21st century America about when they tell you about the SAT scores, when they tell you about how Black men are prone to crime, when they say things or when they read statistics talking about gross annual income and how many Black men are able to go into college institutions and things of that nature. This is what is indirectly being enforced. What's indirectly being enforced is this idea that the Black man or the Black race is incapable of being productive in an evolved society. So this is why they say, well, Black men are more likely to go to prison. Black men are more likely to make lower than other races. Black men are less educated. This is why this would be the bigger picture behind putting this out in the media so frequently. When they read off these things, it's just showing, according to them, how inefficient the Black race is at, functioning within a quote unquote evolved, advanced society. And this is why they hide the actual history of the Black man. When he do achieve these things, they'll try to sweep it under the rug and they'll try to hide these things. Why? Because it doesn't fit their overall agenda. So once again, this is a statement coming from the mouth of Charles Darwin. He made reference to what is the more evolved person. The more evolved person will be the Caucasian Anglo-Saxon. He is the civilized man. The savage man is the Negroid and the Australoid in particular. So the goal would be we have to now figure out a way to lower their population or exterminate them, the words that he used, in order to continue this process of evolution. Another statement from Charles Darwin. It says, lastly, I could fight on natural selection, having done and doing more for the progress of civilization than you seem inclined to admit. Remember what risks the nations of Europe ran not so many centuries ago of being overwhelmed by the Turks, and how ridiculous such an idea is now. The more civilized so-called Caucasian races have beaten the Turkish hollow in the struggle for existence. Looking at the world at no very distant date, what an endless number of lower races will have been eliminated by the higher civilized races throughout the world. So once again, this is the rhetoric of Charles Darwin. He makes reference to civilized races and the lower races and the higher races, and it all has racial implications, right? Was Darwin a racist? Now, if a white person was to say this publicly, they will be fired from their job. Because people would say that that's a racist statement. This is the statement from Charles Darwin, who's begging the question. It's clear that he had a racist philosophy, and what makes it more dangerous, he's trying to now scientifically prove his racist rhetoric. This is what he's trying to do. He's trying to explain through science how what you're seeing before you is a fact. And what I'm talking about is what you're reading, what I just read is a fact. And then people wonder why I call it the white man science. When he framed his whole theory around a pseudo idea of race. Yes, this is the white man science. Thomas H. Huxley. Who is Thomas H. Huxley? Who is Thomas H. Huxley? Huxley was referred to as Darwin's Bulldog, right? There's a little information right up the top. Go ahead and read it just for clarification, just to get you some basic information on who Thomas Huxley is, the books that he wrote. He was referred to as Darwin's Bulldog because he could articulate Darwin's point, some say better than Charles Darwin, in academic circles. He will be the founder of what they refer to as the X Club. You know, he was the president also of the Royal Society. Royal Society was this originating in Britain. It was this think tank to be at the innovative forms of science at the time. So they would challenge certain norms within science and progress in whatever research it was doing scientifically. And it was a society, you know, it was a think tank. So this is where I believe that this whole agenda originated. It didn't originate with Charles Darwin. You know how a European works. He always has a front man to be the face of what he's doing. Like Bill Gates is not the end all be all when it comes to the computers. And even now they putting him in front of this whole vaccination campaign, right? You know, you got some of these knucklehead crackers behind the scenes that's actually the puppeteers. So Darwin was that. He was the front man for the Royal Society. And this is why Thomas H. Huxley was able to articulate the points better than Darwin himself, because he had the knowledge of what the overall agenda was. And it would be Thomas H. Huxley that would begin to integrate the ideas of evolution into academic circles. So he is responsible at making no different than when you look at the Black Student Union and over there in I believe it was in California, where they began to promote the Black studies, and they would be the people or the pioneers that actually get Black studies and Africana studies into the college universities at that time in the 60s. Same for Thomas H. Huxley at getting the theory of evolution into the academic circles in his day and time. You know, he would be one of the pioneers at pushing this theory of evolution, and so much so that now it's part of the curriculum when you go to the colleges and universities, right? And even when you go, you know, learn about, you know, how, I guess you could say physical science on a very basic level in elementary, junior high, high school. It is all predicated around the works of Thomas H. Huxley. Once again, he will be the one that actually found what they call the X Club. This was the X Club, and the X Club was, as what you can see, it had a group of maybe 9 men, and these men will play a crucial role at integrating the ideas of evolution into college and academic circles, right? And they will be the progenitors of the magazine Nature. You know, a lot of people quote from that. Uncle Cat likes to quote from that magazine Nature. You know, that's like the best book when you're talking to the latest scientific information or the new scientific discoveries, or it sets the standard of what, you know, modern science is. You go to the Nature magazine when you're waiting in the hospital for the checkup. You see the Nature magazine sitting there on the table, right? Because Nature is the premier magazine for science worldwide. Why? Because these men are responsible for actually pushing that particular magazine. And this is why when you read that magazine, it's centered around these ideas that initiated with this Royal Society, right? Okay? Just laying the foundation, all right? So, just so you'll know, it's also Thomas H. Huxley. This will be Darwin's Bulldog. He also coined the term agnostic. Agnostic is the view that the existence of God, of the divine or the supernatural, is unknown and unknowable. So it's almost like he's pleading the fifth as to his belief in God. Well, we don't know. I don't know. I can't prove it. You know, according to physical science. So they have a whole genre called metaphysics. You know, but that's what we today call the spooky shit. So this is why they relegated, when you look at your scientific book when you was in the 3rd grade, it says physical science on there. because they have a whole process, the scientific process, or, the scientific thesis, or the theory, scientific theory, to prove the scientific theory. They have a whole process of what you have to do to actually begin to investigate physical science, right? But metaphysical is dealing with more things along the line of spirituality, some things that is not tangible, nothing that you could actually see or touch, that plays a role into metaphysics, right? But physical science, it has a certain criteria that it goes by, So he is using that and applying it to this idea of God. Well, we can't prove it. He's unknown and unknowable. I don't know. So the same person that's pushing the Darwinian theory of evolution is the same person that's going against the idea of a creator. All right? Shaq. Okay, so with that being said, let's take a look now at the Darwin, Wedgwood, Huxley, and Galton family connection. Now, a lot of people think that the ideas of eugenics was not being practiced by Charles Darwin, but this would prove otherwise. What is eugenics? Eugenics was started by his cousin, Francis Galton, and eugenics had two aspects to it. It would be positive eugenics and negative eugenics. Positive eugenics would be taking what they deemed as the superior races and letting them mate amongst themselves. And according to the science, which we've now proven to be pseudoscience, according to the science, that, okay, we take two superior people, we mate them, obviously it will produce a superior child with the superior traits and the superior characteristics that they hope for, right? And there's negative eugenics. Okay, the person that has the undesirable traits, we prevent them from producing. So what does that do in return? That would, in turn, create a better world with more intelligent, more attractive, and according to them, more white people, right? Because once again, eugenics is just applied natural selection. How can you get around that? The statement of Charles Darwin proves that to be a fact. He says, okay, the civilized races of man will almost exterminate. He says in 500 years, how the Anglo-Saxon race will have spread and exterminated whole nations, right? And then we will have risen in rank as a human race. This is his ideas. This is part of his theory. This is what natural selection entails. How can you separate the two, right? So Francis Galton would just come up with a term for it. He would call that eugenics, right? Eugenics, that's applied natural selection, all right? So he said, well, let's mate amongst ourselves. Let's be procreative with the white race and be against the production of the undesirables. The undesirables would be people with genetic defects, whether black or white, if you got some form of genetic defect, and the lower races of humanity. Who are these lower races? According to Charles Darwin, is the Negro, the Australoid, right? And in some cases, the Mongoloid. This would be the lower races, right? So what the Darwin, Wedgwood, Huxley, and Galton families did was they began to mate amongst themselves, right? Charles Darwin would make attempts to have children with his cousin, right? And a lot of cases, he had a lot of stillbirths and a lot of birth defects, because we all know the science of, trying to mate within the close proximities of the family line. The Most High created us a science that you are not allowed to do that. And it's more likely that you will come up with birth defects as a result of that, right? So this is what began to occur amongst the Darwin, Wedgwood, Huxley, and Galton families. Remember, Galton was the cousin of Charles Darwin, right? So this would be their attempt into actually doing eugenics, practicing eugenics or the theory of natural selection. And Darwin was on board for that. Francis Galton. A little bit of information about him. Once again, he coined the term of eugenics. Galton's premise was that the laws of inheritance apply not only to plants and animals, but humans as well. Since these traits came directly from the offspring of parents, human characteristics, mental, physical, etc., can be improved through selective breeding. That will be positive eugenics. Once again, like I said, there's a negative aspect of the eugenics, which is to prevent the lower races or the undesirable traits from procreating. This is a direct statement from Francis Galton. You can read it in his memoirs. I got it from the Oxford Handbook of the History of Eugenics. It says, in his memoirs, Galton recalled that the origin, that's the origin of species, had extinguished his Christian beliefs like a nightmare. I put that down twice. Let me correct that. Like a nightmare exposed to the light of day, and had aroused in him a spirit of rebellion against all ancient authorities whose positive and unauthenticated statements were contradicted by modern science. Darwin inspired Galton to pursue his long-standing interest in the topics of heredity and the improvement of the human race. Now you see the connection. Remember, Charles Darwin was on record stating that it wasn't until I read the works of Robert Malthus that I had the theory by which to work. Francis Galton is now saying that it wasn't until I read The Origin that I had my theory, and it extinguished my Christian beliefs. Now that I have this foundation, I can now build off of that foundation, and that's what he did when he coined the term eugenics. Francis Galton, another statement. Lacking at the time some scientific evidence to solidify his claim, Galton used examples of families. Darwin's family was one of the families used that he considered to be of the greater stock to suggest that their children inherit those superior characteristics. So we see that these the civilized races or the superior characteristics has racial implications to it. Right? Going back to Huxley, remember Huxley was Charles Darwin's bulldog. He was the one that actually challenged the ideas of creation, using as his foundation the Darwinian theory of natural selection, right? He would be the one that also found the X Club, which integrated the ideas of evolution in college and academic settings, right? So he would have there would be two of his grandsons, I believe. These are the grandsons of Thomas Huxley. It's Aldous Huxley, and then it's Julian Huxley. Julian is on the right, and Aldous, I believe, is on the left. I believe that is accurate. Starting with Julian Huxley. Yes, he was the grandson of Darwin's bulldog, Thomas H. Huxley. Julian was an evolutionary biologist and authored over 50 books on evolution and eugenics. So once again, if you want to know about the connection between eugenics and the theory of evolution, once again, Thomas H. Huxley. And then this is why I go not just to Charles Darwin, but I start the foundation with the Royal Society, because this would be the think tank. And whatever conclusion they came to, they decided to use Darwin as this front man to push this idea of natural selection. And so this is where they use tricknology as what the Most Honorable Elijah Muhammad tells us, that the white man used tricknology. So they'll put maybe a flim-flam guy as using a face no different than what they're doing with Bill Gates now. But the think tank was the Royal Society, right? So the foundation, understanding the overall agenda, which would be to scientifically solidify themselves as the superior race, right? Using the theories of natural selection and eventually eugenics, right? So Darwin, bulldog, was Thomas H. Huxley. His grandson would be an evolutionary biologist and author over 50 books of the theory of evolution and eugenics. So they go hand in hand according to how they are moving, right? Junior was the first director of UNESCO, United Nations Education, Science, and Cultural Organization, right? And this is the think tank that they actually use to begin to indoctrinate the masses into buying into these theories that served as the foundation for this overall racist agenda, right? Julian Huxley was vice president and eventually president of the British Eugenics Society. So it doesn't get more clear than that, but a very interesting final point that you see at the bottom there. Julian Huxley also coined the phrase transhumanism as a way to disguise eugenics. Transhumanism. What is transhumanism? It says a little more on Julian Huxley. Julian Huxley received various awards for his efforts in population control. He received the Darwin Medal of the Royal Society, UNESCO's Kalinga Prize, and a special award from the Alaska Foundation in the category of Planned Parenthood and World Population. So these are, I guess you could say, stark Malthusianists. And Malthusian would serve as the foundation of what you're seeing transpire now to actually these organizations beginning to develop and actually promoting the ideas of population control based off of cultural and racial standards, right? So transhumanism would be an idea of merging human evolution with technology. That would be transhumanism. So a person like you see with the robotic arm, and you see a lot of these people that got their leg blown up in a war, they would put, maybe like a robotic skeleton type of leg down there so they could actually be able to walk. That would be a very basic aspect of transhumanism. More sophisticated form would be maybe something that they could put in your heart to make the heart beat, some type of technology that's now merging with man. What they want to do in the future is make this merging even more, make the merging percentage more on the side of technology, if I want to say that correctly, to prolong the life of humanity, right? So this would be transhumanism. And you can see aspects of that being promoted today. So when you're running around here, you're talking about voting, you're talking about getting it together. You're talking about, these things that you don't know the depths of Satan. Because he right before your eyes is promoting forms of transhumanism right before your eyes. And you're sitting there thinking that, going to the ballot is going to solve these goddamn problems. No, you got to call the beast out. The goddamn devil is at work. And you're sitting up here smiling and beguiling. You're hoping that we'll get it together while he's still plotting and planning his wicked agenda that he's been doing for some centuries now. And he's now going into the final stages of his overall agenda. And it's people like Lance, it's people like Solar Mind that's going to wake you niggas up to the goddamn truth. Yeah.
Keep smoking, Solar. You hear you, nigga?
You want me to keep smoking? You want me to keep smoking? All right, so.
It almost sounds like you've been over the pseudosciences for a little bit there. Go ahead, though.
I've been over. Yeah, man. I delve into the, I delve into it just a little bit, Now, this is information on Aldous Huxley, right? Aldous Huxley. Now, he was the guy that actually wrote these books, A Brave New World is a book that they actually made into a movie. Now, in this book, Brave New World, it talks about a futuristic society where humans are created inside of these test tubes. And they have distinguished class groups, alpha, betas, gammas, deltas, and epsilons. And the alphas were the elite class according to eugenic standards. And, obviously, when they're doing the movie, you have the blonde hair, blue eyes, they will be the alphas, and the epsilons will be the lower class, right? And what they did in this movie, Brave New World, was that they actually manufactured a society where they began to artificially create humans, right? And they artificially created some humans to be superior and other humans to be less superior, right? So when we look at the whole this whole created idea of race and the hierarchy that was created based off of this pseudoscience, right? You see that they were suggesting that the Caucasian was the more evolved race and that the Africoid and the Australoid were the lower races, is what they're saying. But according to this movie, they now have the science to now produce humans that are less efficient to compete with other humans. This is what the movie is actually talking about. A Brave New World is what the name of the book was, written by Aldous Huxley, which they actually made into a movie. So what is the role of Aldous Huxley? The role of Aldous Huxley is to begin to now disseminate information in quote-unquote fiction movies of what they are actually doing to psychologically get the masses to somewhat be comfortable when these ideas begin to surface in actuality. You know what I'm saying? So, that would be Aldous Huxley. Now, Aldous Huxley was also an advocate of psychedelic drugs, and he was a supporter of Esalen Institute. Esalen Institute would be the American branch of the Tavistock Institute, what they was doing in Britain. And he experimented on the effects of psychedelics and mind control. And when you look at the CIA documents of how they orchestrated the psychedelic revolution, right, this whole hippie era that was, I think, believe in the 1960s, and now the Freedom of Information Act has now released these files showing the role that the CIA and the FBI played in, distributing these psychedelic drugs to the hippies in the 1960s, right? And this was all for purpose of experimentation to see the effects of what acid would do to the mind, right? Mind-altering drugs, So they would have Esalen Institute, which is in California, where they actually would invite them white people over, or hippies, and they will look at or experiment on humans taking these psychedelic drugs, right? Remember, this is the grandson of Darwin's bulldog. You see how this thing is beginning to evolve, right? Now, also at the Esalen Institute was this man. He goes by the name of Terence McKenna, right? Terence McKenna came up with a theory that is referred to as the Stone Ape Theory. What is the Stone Ape Theory? The Stone Ape Theory is suggesting that the Homo erectus evolved into the Homo sapien by inculcating mushrooms into its diet. Once again, the Homo erectus, according to the theory, the Homo erectus, once he begins to eat mushrooms or forms of psychedelic drugs, that actually enlightened him to the point where it began the process of the Homo erectus evolving to eventually what we refer to as the Homo sapien. This is what will be called the stoned ape theory, right? Terence McKenna is on record stating that he was highly influenced by a man by the name of Pierre Teilhard de Chardin. Who is this man? Basic information on this man. He was a Jesuit priest, a paleontologist and geologist, was the author of The Future of Man and The Phenomenon of Man, where he speaks of on the evolution of consciousness, right? Some points made in his book were used by Terence McKenna to prove his point on the Stone Ape theory. And he was a proponent of eugenics and population control, using pseudoscience. You remember, this whole idea of race is a pseudoscience. The idea that the Caucasian is smarter than other races, that is a pseudoscience. Once again, this is served as the foundation of all this stuff that we're talking about at this point in time, right? So his affiliation. Now we're connecting the dots. His affiliation. Pierre Teilhard de Chardin and the Huxley connection, right? When you understand how they're communicating, because this is a society, they're communicating, they're exchanging ideas. Julian Huxley and Pierre Teilhard de Chardin were in constant communication with each other, exchanging ideas and thoughts on Darwinian evolution. Julian Huxley will write the introduction to Chardin's book, The Phenomenon Man. Remember, I told you that he wrote 2 books. You know, what was the name of the first book? The Future of Man and the Phenomenon Man. In the book, The Phenomenon of Man, it will be Julian Huxley that will write the introduction to that book. So they are all on the same accord. They're buying into the same thoughts, and they are all part of the same agenda, right? Chardin also, along with Aldous Huxley, were members of the French eugenist Alexis Carrel's foundation, right? So this is something that you got to keep in mind when you're understanding what's going on with the upper echelon of this elite class of people and have an overall agenda, as what I brought out in the very beginning of this presentation. The works of Robert Malthus. So they are all, in essence, Malthusians. Why is this important? Because it would be Pierre Teilhard de Chardin, who was the paleontologist behind the Piltdown Man hoax. For those who are unaware of what the Piltdown Man hoax was, the Piltdown Man hoax was a paleoanthropological hoax in which bone fragments were presented as the fossilized remains of previously unknown early human. Paleontologist, for those who are unaware, is a science that studies fossils. Okay? Paleontology, for those who are unaware, it's a scientific study of life that existed prior to and sometimes including the start of the Pliocene epoch, roughly 11,700 years before present. It includes the study of fossils to determine organisms, evolution, and interactions with each other and their environments. Their paleoecology, right? So the reason why I had to read that, for those who are unaware of what that was, is because Pierre Teilhard de Chardin was a paleontologist. So he was studying the fossils, right? Understand that all this is the white man's science before I continue. So if he was studying the fossils behind the Piltdown Man hoax, and he said that this was an actual early form of man, that he played a very, very crucial role in promoting this 40-year lie. Now I'm 40 years old, 41 years old. So this lie lasted 40 years. The lie lasted 40 years. And it was being promoted through that magazine Nature. It would be the magazine Nature that actually promoted this lie. Okay? Here's a little bit on, once again, Pierre Teilhard de Chardin. He participated in the covering of the Piltdown Man hoax with Woodward. Woodward's reconstruction included ape-like canine teeth, which was itself controversial. In August 1913, Woodward Dawson and Teilhard de Chardin began a systematic search of the Dawson and Teilhard de Chardin moved to France and took no further part in the discoveries, right? Once again, a little bit of information on what that is, all right? So connecting the dots for those who aren't aware, we have to make the visual for you. You see Robert Malthus on the far left. He had an impact or an influence on Charles Darwin. Under Charles Darwin will be Thomas Huxley. Remember, he had two grandsons, which would be Julian and Aldous Huxley. And Darwin was also influenced the man on the bottom left, which would be Francis Galton. Francis Galton would come up with the theory of eugenics. Julian Huxley, and Aldous Huxley both were promoters of eugenics, right? The books of Aldous Huxley had eugenic terms in it, eugenic ramifications, and The Brave New World. He was also part of a French eugenic society that he was with. Another member was Pierre Teilhard de Chardin. Julian Huxley will be the president of the British Eugenic Society, right? Pierre Teilhard de Chardin will be the paleontologist, the one who studies the bones behind the Piltdown Man hoax. The Piltdown Man hoax was used to support the Darwinian theory of evolution. So this is the first time in history that you're seeing that the theory came out before the actual fossil evidence. So you know that this is over an agenda. How does the theory come out before the actual fossil evidence? It's usually the other way around, right? So they came up with the theory, then they tried to manipulate fossil evidence to fall in line with their bullshit theory. Because remember, the Piltdown, I think it was Sussex, England. So they tried to make it like the Englishman was, was there where this evolution took place, right? Bullshit. That was a pseudoscience. This is once again the statements from Francis Galton after he read the works of Charles Darwin. We could fast forward into the dying race theory as what I was speaking of earlier. And these are some of the things and some of the ideas that was being promoted at the time when you're talking about the dying race theories. It was going, and this is at the height of colonialism. They're now trying to scientifically solidify themselves as the superior race of humans, right? And they're using the pseudoscience to do it. What is the pseudoscience? It would be the Darwinian bullshit theory of natural selection, or the preservations of the favorite races and the struggle for life, right? Once again, who are the favorite races? Black slain for science, white superiority theory. In the Oxford Handbook of the History of Eugenics, it says, one of the main tasks of anthropology was to define and measure civilization and its absence as a justification for and of imperial expansion. I'm going to read that again. One of the main tasks of anthropology was to define and measure civilization and its absence as a justification for and of imperial expansion. And tell me that ain't the white man's science. The close association that was mooted between civilization and the modern European colonial impulse was critical to the spread of anthropology throughout Europe and America, as well as in white settler colonies such as Australia and Canada, struggling with the plight of Aboriginal populations massively displaced by generations of settlers. So, this would be what they refer to as the dying race theory. Once again, these are some of the disciples of the dying race theory. James Coles Pritchard is his name. He says, Whenever Europeans have settled, their arrival has been the harbinger of extermination to the native tribes. Whenever the simple pastoral tribes came into relations with the more civilized agricultural nations, the allotted time of their destruction is at hand. Remember, that goes right in line with what Darwin initiated with his bullshit theory of natural selection. He says, at some future period not very distant as measured by centuries, the civilized races of man would almost certainly exterminate and replace throughout the world the savage races. And remember, he said that it was after he read the works of Robert Malthus that he now had the theory by which to work with. What did Robert Malthus teach? He taught that populations had a tendency to grow until the lower class suffered hardship and want and greater susceptibility to famine, disease, and war. So them declaring war on the Aboriginal nations, them declaring war on the lesser civilizations, and what they classified it as, or the lesser races, was justified through science. And this is why I call it the white man's science. More on the dying race theory. It says, in this broad view, there were then humans to acquire understand on inherent modern civilization. They were simply put in the wrong place at the wrong time, and their demise was inevitable. The notion of the dying race theory ranged across a host of disciplines and positions, common among settlers and humanitarians alike. It was developed in the 19th century through anthropology. That's why I call it the white man's science. Charles Hirschhaus, a New Zealand settler, spoke on the ethnological law that the black savage shall disappear before the white settler. And this is the origins of these sciences that we so cling to prove our bullshit whatever. I see a lot of you biblical people use forms of anthropology and archaeology. Which is not necessarily a bad thing, but we know that the foundation and the reason why they are doing it, they have an agenda behind this science. So do know that. Carl Pearson. Who was he? He was the protege of Francis Galton. He was an English mathematician and biostatistician. Contribute significantly to the field of biometrics. Now, biometrics is still what they're a form of biometrics. That is what the RFID chip would be a form of. It would be a form of biometrics. See, a lot of y'all don't have a foundation, so when y'all hear certain things, y'all is totally aloof as to what significance that has and why people fight against it. The reason why they fight against stuff like, RFID chip and like information being coded into one, source is because it is a form of biometrics. And we know that biometrics was one of the, this is the IBM computer, and they was using it as a form of biometrics during Nazi Germany, where they would brand the so-called Jew. And they would put the data inside of a database of, different, characteristics or whatever they wanted to do with the so-called Jew at that time. That would be a form of biometrics. And the RFID chip would be a form of biometrics, right? Carl Pearson would be one of the people that would contribute to the development of biometrics, meteorology, theories of social Darwinism, and eugenics. Biometrics is the technical term for body measurements and calculations. It refers to metrics related to human characteristics. Biometrics authentication or realistic authentication is used in computer science as a form of identification and access control. It also is used to identify individuals in groups that are under surveillance. So that would be, once again, biometric. And that's what they are saying that the RFID chip would be, or whatever form of that. Because, people get caught up in, the chip and all that. If they could combine all your information into one source, whether it's on your card, we already have a form of that already. But they want to, once they get to the point where they actually segment you based off of certain characteristics that you have, from a physical standpoint, and maybe your health, and maybe your work history, or maybe your criminal record, and it's all confined into one thing. And based off of that, they could put you in a certain segment of society that would be a form of biometrics. All right. So, Carl Pearson, it says, this is a statement from Carl Pearson. He says, mankind advances through pain and suffering only. The path of progress is strewn with the wreck of nation. Traces are everywhere to be seen of the hecatombs of inferior races and of victims who found not the narrow way to the greater perfection. All right? So once again, all these people play a role, and all these people that are playing or have an impact on how modern society has been framed and shaped, as far as from a eugenic standpoint, they're all connected to this idea of civilized races of men, inferior races of men, superior races of men, and it all has racial implications, right? They are all under the idea that the European or the Caucasoid race is the more superior race over the others, right? So this is the foundation of his statement, right? More on Carl Pearson. It says, it was not the individual, but the herd, the tribe, or the nation which forms the fundamental units for living space and raw materials. Superior and inferior races cannot coexist. If the former are to make effective use of global resources, the latter must be extirpated. What does extirpated mean? We know that the white man uses technology when he's wording some things to get you not to understand what he's actually is saying. So what we're going to do right now, just for you guys, is we're going to look up the definition. Let's see what this definition, extirpated, means, right? Extirpated. The definition, it says, root out and destroy completely. That's what it means. To root out and destroy completely. Now, once again, let's go back to the PowerPoint presentation and then just use the definition in the context of the words. Because like I said, the white man uses technology to deceive the masses. So those who didn't know what extirpated means, you now know, right? It says, it was not the individual, but the herd and the tribe or the nation which forms the fundamental units for living space and raw materials. Remember, living space and raw materials, that goes back to Malthus. Remember what Malthus said, that the Earth's, resource capacity, if it's overridden by its production as far as human production, that will be a Malthusian catastrophe. So the Earth regulates itself through famine, disease, and war. He's using the same Malthusian terms when it comes to him applying his biometric agenda, right? Superior and inferior races cannot coexist. If the former are to be effective, to make effective use of global resources. The latter must be rooted out and destroyed completely. That's what extirpated means. rooted out and destroyed completely. It's a good book. Yeah, the Oxford Handbook. The Oxford Handbook of the History of Eugenics. Biometrica will be the magazine that they developed. Biometrica was established in 1901 by Francis Galton and Carl Pearson. So Carl Pearson was the protege of Francis Galton. And it would be a man by the name of, what's his name? Okay, Charles Davenport is his name. Charles Davenport will come over and study the forms of biometrics from America. He would come over to England and begin to study under Francis Galton and in particular Carl Pearson. He would then bring the ideas over to America. Carl Pearson, just a little bit of information on him, received his PhD in biology at Harvard University. He then became a professor of zoology at Harvard. Protege of Galton and Pearson, he began to study biometrics and will later become the American editor of Biometrica. Davenport was author of the book entitled Eugenics, the Science of Human Improvement and Better Breeding. Charles Davenport is responsible for bringing eugenic philosophy to the United States. So when you understand this line or this series of events that eventually led into eugenic laws being implemented in America, you know, that will come later on with this one of his partners, Charles Davenport partners, a man by the name of Harry Lafley, will be the one that actually is the main corporate with actually integrating eugenic ideas into legislation. But just so that you can be aware of how eugenics was able to get onto American soil, that will be the process, family. So we'll go into part 2 because this is a long presentation. We'll do part 2 later.
No, that's some bullshit, bro. How you gonna get us on the motherfucking edge and then you gotta go like a be continued?
Yeah, we gotta do it to be continued. See, the boy soul of mine goes in. I goes into the break it down to the last compound.
Yeah. Yeah, man. I disagree with all that shit, actually. Motherfuckers is the ones that just tried to create an explanation for a problem that existed before them. There were several different. You were right about the Gog of Magog. Oh, you hit the nail on the head. That whole X culture, 1 foot, 2 heads, giants, serpents with wings, unicorns. That's that X culture, X culture archaeology. That's your Gog and Magog, and that's what they hid. You feel what I'm saying? And when you read about Alexander the Great, where he, you know, went through and slaughtered the majority of them, and the rest of them he cast up north, and supposedly built a magical wall around them in some instances, according to the Arab fable.
Mm-hmm. Well, it's not a magic. It's not a magical wall. You can see the remnants of the wall still up there, and they call it Alexander's Gate.
Yeah, but you know, back then it was like, you know, no fire, no ice. No, I mean, I know it's there, you know what I'm saying? But they were like, it was no fire, it can't be set on fire, it can't be it has some type of magical powers over it or something, man. That was the narrative, according to this dude named Al-Zibal.
You gotta be quick. You gotta be careful when you're reading the Wahhabi.
Yeah, them,
you know, the form of the Islam. They mythologize a lot of stuff because they have aspects of Catholicism.
But I'm just saying that's the mythology portion of it. But the actual possibilities of those things. You can see the remnant. You can see the remnant genetics appear in birth defects. They're not just birth defects; they're remnants. And it's my hunch that they are giving inoculations to people to hide those genetics from popping up in certain cultures. They don't have the access to the medication, so you'll see, like in India, those same remnant genetics. Just imagine if it was, just at 500 years ago, how strong the genetics would be, how often it'll occur, in what populations, where would they group at, how would they eat, what would, you feel what I'm saying? The shit is, so they altered all of this. They altered everything, bro. Like, it's nothing is, all of that stuff is them just coming up with an explanation for what's here. And that shit you said, the Gog Magog, they come out on the end. They come back on the end. That's who comes back. That's the shit that men shall see that causes heart to fail. That shit, bro. You hit the nail on the head, bro. You in that anthropological explanation for, you know what I'm saying, anthropomorphic beings with dragon heads, or part dogs, dog heads. Like, you gotta explain that shit, and you can't keep calling it a myth because too many different cultures wrote about them. They exist in the BC. They exist around 1500 AD, and you don't hear no more about it.
What the hell going on, man?
There's a lot of wars going on at that time. We gotta see, like, when I read somewhere, bro, it was like when Alexander went in and killed the Indians, but it was referring to those beings. They called those the Blimier Indians.
Hold on, you say Alexander killed it?
Yeah, Alexander. Look at the Blimier War against Alexander the Great. It's on. I even got the tapestry displaying his whole conquest. Yeah.
You Indian. What are you talking about from India? India?
He called the Blimier that lived in the Sudan Indians. It's like when when he went to war with the Indians.
Okay, I got you. Go ahead.
Yeah, so I have a hunch that a lot of those people that the Sephardi was warring against, that was actually alliancing with the quite possibly Ephraim and Northern Kingdom, which was another name by then here, Creek, Seminole, who knows? But the other Indians were possibly those, remnant beings, the giants, those Blimier, the all of them different beings, the doghead, the Kaino Kefli or whatever, you know what I'm saying? So I see an instance where they referred to them as Indians. And when we look at writings of they wiped out the Indians, but we were still here, it's quite possibly that they were wiping out other beings, other races that necessarily wasn't us.
I don't think they had that much power, man, to be honest. I mean, that's just my opinion. I don't know. But I don't think, if it was giants in the land, I don't think Alexander had the power to do that.
Bro, that nigga had those big ass guns, bro. They shoot big ass cannonballs. Take 2 men to hold the guns. But it's my hunch that he got those guns from the people who lived here before him. Like when you look up places like Scythia and Russia, northern Russia, like way up in the north, those places was inhabited by a different type of people, bro. They call it mythology, but I don't believe in that shit no more. No myths. In every instance that they said this shit was myths, bro, it's too much truth connected to it for me to just write it off as some child's, story or fable. Can't do that, bro. This man just went through a plethora of information concerning it. He only touched on the basis of it, but just imagine what they've been doing about everything. How you gonna find no giant bones, but there are plenty of reports of giant bones, but the Smithsonian have none.
Well, I think what Solo was bringing out to me was the New World Order. The New World Order, they sailed out on all these boats from Portugal, England, and all these areas, and they seen all these indigenous people, and so they started classifying people and say, hey, we got to put ourselves at the top. You know what I'm saying? And somebody got to be at the bottom.
We got an issue with that because those people that sailed out from Portugal are people of color, not nowhere near white. More like you.
I mean, it was a mixed multitude. It was a mixed multitude, but predominantly they classified themselves as European or Englishmen.
Englishmen come from England, bro.
Man, people in England was they was migrating all over back then, man. That's why I say it was a mixed multitude that came up out of it.
So let me ask you this. This is what I wanted to ask you about the. Hey, anything you wanted to say about Solar's presentation, Madon? I mean, on Goldmine.
Goldmine. I just spoke on it. I thought it was tight. Good look. Hey, that was tight, Solar. I learned something for real.
You know, I can't touch on it. You know, once he got the mic, you know. It was eye-opening. I tell you that.
Yeah, my God. I heard some of the information, but the way Solo broke it down, you know, like he said, down to the last compound or something to that effect. Yeah, that's what it was.
Good night.
That's what made me withdraw from my first presentation that I did because I was like, these niggas gonna have so many fucking questions, bro. Let me have all my shit, bro.
Hey, but that's what you want. You want niggas to ask questions, man.
Yeah, I like to have the answers. I don't like to go and have to find it. Like I remember I read that in so and so.
Yeah. You right on that, man. You right. Yeah, because niggas will drag your ass through the mud.
Oh, I really do. I really did.
If you don't have a love,
the Blimier presentation is a source swing at Yara.
Oh, you swinging at Yara?
Oh yeah. When I drop that, that's a sword swing at my nigga, bro. I gotta give it to him. He laughing, nigga, talking about some nigga ain't no motherfucking culture with no motherfucking faces on their chest. Nigga ain't no people like that. All right. I prove it. I know where they come from. They from the land of Gog and Magog, though. They originated from there. All of those beings, they call X culture.
Oh yeah, that's what I want to debate. Now, what Black Jesus at, man? He's talking about these Twa people, man. I don't think nothing was special about the Twa people.
The Irish?
You know what I'm saying? No, the Twa people who they saying, basically, I think he was saying the Twa people were the original people who helped establish ancient Egypt and some other shit. All it was, man, was midgets, man. That's all it was. There wasn't nothing special about it, you know? You know what I'm saying? Like, if you watch, I remember the first time I seen a midget. First time I seen a midget, I'm just saying, first time I seen a midget, I was jealous because the midget was at the high school with my older sisters. I'm like, how is this little motherfucker at the high school and I'm not? And then that's because that was my first time seeing a midget. So I was taken aback by the shit. So,
yeah.
So, and Black Jesus, if you listen, man, ain't nothing special about those Twa people, man. Go ahead, man.
Twa people are originals, bro.
Watch your mouth, dude.
I understand that, but
hey, but you know what? Look what I just found out, bro. I think I found a clue about something. Right? So I was looking up blood types. And
yeah.
Right? I was particularly looking up mine and stuff because I wanted to find out what should be my diet. Because I understand that, you know, blood types develop in a certain period. Certain periods have plenty of meat. Other periods have famine. So my blood type was developed when it was a famine. Suggested that my my ancestors ate like lentils and, you know, fruits and vegetables and very little to no meat, right? So I found out that the A blood type is associated with like Aboriginals and Adamans of Australia, right? They had no contact with any other civilization for like many years, right? Hundreds of years. Those people, so so I found out that only 24% of African Americans got blood type A. So it's only 24% of African Americans who got R1B1A blood type. You hear everybody say R1B1A is associated to white people or Eurasians. But I contend that whoever the people is that made us lived in Eurasia. And that's why that haplogroup shows there. But I don't know, I'm no expert. Just playing with it until I get around to studying it more deeply. I like to work it in my mind first, then I like to see what they got to say about it. That's how I found out about the earth and gravity and all of the other stuff. Not considering what they taught me. I rejected everything. Started from scratch. But look that up right quick, bro. It says most of the world, I believe it said most of the world is blood type O. Blood type O, bro. It was like little to none, and then it was like hardly no blacks blood type negative, bro. And like if you got hazel eyes and reddish hair, you likely to have O negative blood type. Brownish hair and all of that, O negative. I mean, so I am leaning towards the possibility that blood types can be associated to a phenotype. Although it may sound impossible, I think it's plausible with just a little bit of research that I've done. And I'll put that out there like that.
The problem I see with that, Lance, is that when you break down your family tree, when you actually, if you ever, I used to tell people on the flat earth to do this shit on Fantastic years ago, man, what you do when you start out with your family tree, you start out with your moms and your pops. Then you go to your they mom and daddy. And by the time you get up to 5-6 generations, bro, if you look at both sides of your family tree, your mom and dad, they mom and dad, bro, it's a ball of confusion.
Well, when I did mine, I found out my mom's, like our last names on my mama's last name, my dad people last name that made him on the woman's side is Lightsey. Mm-hmm. And then Royale. And then another, you feel what I'm saying? But then on my mama's side, in a whole nother state, they related to Lightsey's. But I find that my parent, my great-great-greats, migrated whenever time they got in South Carolina. The son, he left and then went to Alabama and lived in the Cherokee reservation for some years. And then he left and moved to Atlanta. Moved to Georgia, I should say. And then all the kids spread out from there to Florida. Some went back to South Carolina. and then some went to like Michigan, and some went to New York.
All right, now check this out, Lance. All right, now you go back to your, just say, you got your mom and your dad, and you got your dad, you got his mom and his dad, then you got their mom and their dad, and so forth and so on. You have to ask yourself the question, okay, all right, if I can go back to my great great, right? But when you're dealing with, you got so many moms and dads you got to consider. Then you got to ask yourself, okay, when it comes to your great, let's say your fourth grade, you have to ask yourself, okay, now, how did they meet? Where was he from? My great granddaddy. Who was his mom and dad, and who was their mom and dad? Then you had to do the mom side. You see what I'm saying? So when you do that, to me, man, right, ain't no telling what you got in your genetics. You know what I'm saying?
Hey, Ziggy, bro, Anglo-Saxons, not the Saxons, but the Anglo-Saxons, you're right. The Normans, the Welsh, and the Cornish are all people of color.
I can ride with that. Because I used to watch a lot of documentaries on Tubi. A lot of people, some people clown Tubi, man, but Tubi, when it comes to documentaries on history, that's you see scholars and you can see their name and you can get their works and books and all that. Man, it people on there breaking it down, man. They be killing shit, and you know they show you these artifacts, like you said, with all these people with you can call them dark skin or the word we say black. You know what I mean? So you know. We got that.
Yeah, it don't matter, bro. Yeah, it don't matter. Yeah, Denmark, bro, look. Denmark is Dan, right? The biblical Dan. You might not believe it, but it is. They're connected. Those people are going to be your, not the Macedonians, but your Minoans, your pre-Greeks. They look just like some light-skinned brothers with curly hair. They look like Judah Naz and them. You know what I'm saying? Some got longer faces.
Oh, yeah. What my man name from Miami Vice, Michael, I forgot his name, Michael Phillips.
Nah, they don't look like him. They don't look like him, bro. They got.
And they got the curly shit.
Yeah, they got the curly shit, but they got more of an Arab, long, like eyes slanted on the end, downward. Instead of going upward, their eyes kind of go down.
Like Nipsey Hussle.
Yeah, something like that, bro. Exactly. You feel what I'm saying? That's how they look with all of the what do you call them things? They're tools, but you draw them. You draw the painting of the person that what the person looked like.
Real?
Yeah, but they would put it.
You come out of you come out of I know what you're talking about. It's almost like a pencil.
Yeah, exactly. Hey, yes, Achilles had red hair, bro, but there are plenty of red hair people. When I was a kid, I went to school with so many red hair people with red skin and freckles, bro. It's ridiculous. I don't know where they at now. They must have just made regular brown babies that get freckles, but they was red. They wasn't no brown like us. That's true, but that doesn't mean white skin. There's people right now that today still popping up black with blonde hair with two black parents. That's true, bro. But that I assure you that's because we originated that. They didn't originate it. Or let me say this.
Yeah,
some beings originated before them, but the beings infiltrated those people to get it in the DNA. But red is always being amongst us. Red hair is not. That's why the iris is associated with red hair, which is associated with Negroes. or should I say blacks? Because I don't even think we the original Negroes, bro. I think they just threw us in the Negro bunch.
Really?
Yeah, bro. I think Negroes have, you know, full lips, but they lower jawbone stick out more, and their nose is more pug than ours.
Now check this out, man. This is something I've seen. Just living in different states. Living in different states and traveling, man, it's one thing about the American Negro, man. Bruh, we got a unique feature, man. Out of everybody on the planet, man. You see so many niggas, you be like, damn, you always see niggas that look like other niggas. Like everywhere, every state I lived in, I seen, like, I'm from Bama. I lived in Fort Texas. I seen hundreds of niggas look like niggas from Bama. I lived in Pittsburgh. I seen hundreds of niggas down there that look like niggas down here. You see what I'm saying? So it's like niggas, we're
yeah, but I'm saying I said that calling us Negroes are misappropriations, if you will, or misnomers. I don't think we're the Negro. I think they threw us in the Negro category, and we.
Oh, you talking about like that? Okay.
I think we are the original descendants of the Sephardis, bro. That was kicked out in 1492 and 1503, and so forth, bro. I think that's who we are, and that way we are the Hebrew Israelites. But that whole other way coming out of Israel, from running from Rome and then going off into Africa and sitting some years and making it to the West Coast, then going into slavery is bullshit. And I challenge any one of them Israelite niggas, they fake on that shit. The truth is, we come by way of Sephardi, and you can even look that shit up in the 200 Sotomayan orphans that the King of Portugal sent to the West Coast of Africa, and it's called the orphan. It's called the Sotomay orphans and the appropriation of the African American. Look it up right now, Ziggy.
Well, you know, the way I see it, man, we ain't gonna truly find out who we are until we pass on or the Messiah cuts down. That's how I look at it.
No, we gonna know because we gonna have to have.
Nah, man. Unless some divine, like I said, unless some divine intervention. Other than that, bro, I've come to accept the fact. I can still proclaim myself anything I want, but who I truly am, bro, and who my people truly came from, I would never sit up here and say, yeah, I truly know. You know what I mean? That's just how I do it. I can't speak for everybody else. So I just accept the fact. I can still proclaim a lot of shit. But who I truly am is, or who I originate from, I never know until I pass on for some divine intervention. That's how I look at it. I came to accept that fact. And that's why I just keep pushing this, always praise the Most High. You feel me? That's it. That's all I can do, bro. But other than that, it's a never-ending story.
Yeah, well, you can accept that defeat if you want to. I'm gonna know.
Nah, I don't think it's defeat. It's just acceptance.
Man, that's crazy.
Because think about it. Do we still study? On here, do we study? We study daily, right?
Yeah, I study all the time.
So I'm still searching, but I'm still searching for clues. But like I said, I'll come to that fact. I'm talking about, like, when it comes to that name, the direct trial, like, yeah, this the one right here. No, I don't think that's happening. You know what I'm saying?
Bro, it don't matter. I already know. I know exactly. Like, if you look up earthquakes.
That's why I say I'm an Israelite.
Look up earthquakes in 1100.
That's the thing that made me feel the best.
It's a lot of stuff connected, bro. It's like a whole bunch of things connected. Like, they had to start history over because the earth was reset. It was a great earthquake. It was a great volcano. It was all in the medieval age. So the history that they given us, bro, is falsified. They're finding out the true history as we go on. They didn't have it all. All that shit they telling us in school when we was coming up was made up, bro. When the truth is coming out, because people like me and Solar and whoever else want to dig deep beyond what the fucking narrative is, bro, is able to see that this is a big ass lie. That's
without a shadow of a doubt. Without a shadow of a doubt. Yeah, I never disagree with that. You know what I'm saying? Because we know they have deflated history and suppressed so much shit. You know, for real. Man, look how much history they erased, man. So, you know,
bro, how many slaves England picked up? Was it 3,000?
Not many, man.
Nah, nigga, what was the number? It was like 3,567. That was your information.
I'm saying, okay, what you talking about? You gotta let me know which one, what time. I mean, because I brought out, you talking about the information from my debate?
Yeah.
Anon?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think I did say that.
How they conflated how much England was involved with slavery, and then come to find out they only got like 3,000 and something slaves.
Yeah, man. That's why I say because it was, hey, man, the information went over a lot of people's head like a cloud, but I already knew that. You know what I'm saying? So because it's emotional, you can't. It's just like on The Living Color when they say you can't talk about Miss Jenkins. You can't say nothing bad about the slave trade. You know what I mean? But I'm gonna say it because they say we got to question everything, so we got to question this shit. And so when I saw all that information, I'm like, yo, come on, man.
Bro, I believe this, bro. I think that everything that we coming out to find out, bro, is a straight up clear case of information being released so that we can get it, so we can get the information. It's not by coincidence. Deliver thyself.
No doubt.
Ain't nobody going to give you that information, bro. And like I said, all of this shit is connected. It's a big ass antique history sandwich. And every time they teach it, they just give us a bite, and we bite all of it at once, not knowing that history is underground. History is the underworld. You know what I'm saying? History is the lower you go, the more back in time you go. We're living 300 feet off of time, at least 300 feet above where time began.
I feel the point you're making. Hey, that's some real shit, lad. Damn, I feel you, man.
The shit is once you get the gist of it, it's simple, bro. Time. I think that civilization moves down the mountain, down the mound. And the past is also above or up and in the center. And we spread out on a different ring of time. Notice how when you look up at any world map, the center of the earth is always got a black hole in it, the top of it, the north, or a big ass white storm or thunderstorm around it. Or it's just blurted out or just stretched straight across, where it's just a lineal type map. And you were to assume, you know what I'm saying, it's in your face, bro. Let me show you what I mean, Ziggy. The sun rises in the east and it sets in the west. So the east is Asia, but the west to us is also California. So the sun sets, look, the sun sets in California and immediately rises in Asia. So, and then America.
No, man. It's not rising. It's actually the earth is rotating. So
it's not rotating. The sun is going around the earth.
Nah, man, it's rotating, man.
No, it don't.
The earth is rotating. The earth is rotating, so that's why after people over in Cali see the sun, it's over with 8. You know what I'm saying?
No, bro. Listen, this is the math that they did, though. Listen, I want you to really pay attention. 3 plus 2 equals 5. 5 is what you see. All they did was took what the earth does and put it where the sun is, and what the sun is and put it where the earth is. It's the same math, but it's the same. They change the numbers around, bro. It's really 2 + 3 = 5. The earth is really where the sun is, bro. You're going to get the same answer.
Let me ask you this. Do you rock with Elon Musk?
No, he's a liar.
What?
You can't go to other planets, bro.
But come on, King. How come
you can't go to other planets? Because they're gases. They're just heated up gases, bro. And they emit off gases that they're made of, burn off. And then they get lighter as they move away from those places, and the sun rays interact with them with gases such as xenon.
Right, okay, let me ask you this.
And it causes daylight.
How did you find out what you said, what we call planets? How did you find out they was gas?
Because I studied the observers of the past from the medieval times, from the Galilean period, from the Ptolemy period, and I seen that.
How did Galileo knew that Mars or Jupiter was a gas?
Well, not in that aspect. See, because here's the deal. Once I seen, and I'm gonna be forward, I'm gonna be honest. I don't want to attribute it to any of them. They helped me to understand by the lies that they gave. But once I seen and understood that the sun was the fourth state of matter, which is an electrical ball, basically, electricity. And I understood that the waters at the base of my ideal of the world, which is a pyramid, a mound, those waters are negative in nature. It's salt water. Sodium chloride, that's a negative in nature. And then I realized in between the tropics, it's positive in nature. That's your earthquakes, that's your thunderstorms, right? That's positive. And at the top of the earth is a magnet. It's magnetic at the top of the earth. And I understand that to be a machine, an electromagnetic machine. It creates electromagnetic field. The sun is kept in place because of the magnetic and all of the other things in the sky is kept in place because of the earth and its magnetic field that is in relation to the sun. Now, how do you get your heat? When the sun comes closer to the earth. Around about July 21st or June 21st, you start getting more heat because the sun is more closer to the earth, and its rays, its energy is creating a solar wind that's relating to the magma that's beneath the earth. That comes more closer to the surface, and it causes the heat that we feel. Now the next day, the sun might raise a little higher, so it might be a little cooler that day. But the next day, it comes down again as it's going around like a heartbeat. And that's how we get temperature. Now, wait a minute, that's the last part. In the wintertime, the sun is furthest away. So therefore, the days are longer. It takes longer to go around that big circle from the center, right? And it goes up and down still. That's why in the wintertime, it can be hot some days. And in the wintertime, it can be frigid some days. In the same season. That's the truth, brother. Now, I can explain it to my 5-year-old, and he can give it back to you. If you can't understand that, it's because you're too indoctrinated. You have to break down and get it, bro.
Let me ask you this then, Lance. Okay, so you said a lot, man, but I'm gonna let you have that. You can have that. That's you. You know what I'm saying? I ain't tripping. Now, how you feel about China just putting that thing on Mars? You think that's a lie as well?
Yeah, that shit is another part of the earth, bro, that was once habited and no longer habited.
Come on, man. Lance,
that's
man.
The more
that's the Lance?
Yes, bro, that's the truth, bro. It's more top, it's at the top of the earth, more north, beyond what they tell us where the pole is. That was inhabited before. That was where the Ad people were that migrated from. That's where Adam was made at. You feel what I'm saying? And migrated from there. Destruction came, and they had to move further down the mountain. And then it's like That's what happens every reset, bro, and you move further and further. But guess what happens? The sun gets closer in the final days, bro, and it burns, it singes off the whole top. Everything on top, bro, bakes the fuck up. The water heats up, it goes right to the top. And when I promise you, bro, try to give you the truth, you don't want it. Nobody fucking survives. Nobody survives, my nigga.
Lance, that is not the truth, King.
That's the truth, bro.
That is not the truth,
no one. Hey, if you
do I smell a debate?
No one survived, bro.
Listen. The
very
white man, the
listen,
Chinese,
when I say no one, that means very few people.
Hear me out. I heard you out. I let you lay it out. Now hear me out real quick. Check it out. The white man, the Chinese man, the Russians, the Germans, some of the Africans, people in India, Pakistan, bro, these people are launching satellites. These people are sending things to probe, to Mars. Bro, you gotta catch up, man. For all that skill you got to fly these motherfucking drones, bro, I'm telling you, you need to be working for NASA.
Hey, let me show you something, bro. I'm gonna share this with you, and I'm gonna tell you this was the final straw for me.
They done figured this shit out, man. Not all of it, but when it comes to
figure this shit out, bro. Then why the fuck did I find out gravity was something else then?
Well, you find out what?
Why I find out gravity was something else there other than what they tell? How was I able to see that they were lying?
Okay, how was they lying? How are they lying about gravity?
What is gravity?
Shit, you tell me. I'm asking
what did
you.
They teach you in school, nigga?
Bro, come on, Lance, don't do that, man.
No, I'm
trying to figure out. You said you found something, so I'm trying to figure out what that something that you found that told you they were lying about gravity. That's all I'm asking you. Anybody out there?
Gravity first began with Sir Isaac Newton and his theory. Supposedly from an apple falling from the tree, he figured that the greater mass attracted the smaller mass, which is the earth and the apple. Later, Einstein came with his theory of relativity. Right? Hold on, am I mixing it up? Einstein he appended on Isaac Newton's theory. It was one of them theories, but basically what he said was it is the curvature in space and time that causes the attraction of one massive object to another. And because the object has more mass, it causes a greater divot in space-time, which attracts the smaller object. Right? Gravity can't be detected at atomic level, right? At atoms, shit like that, and nor can it be detected beyond a certain distance. But I consider something that could be. That was electromagnetism.
So what did you find?
So consider this:
the gravity, bro.
All mass has matter, and all matter consists of atoms. Atoms themselves have subatomic particles, which are protons, electrons, neutrons, and a nucleus. The electron revolves around the nucleus and creates a magnetic field. So consider that if a mass has more atoms, it's going to generate a greater electromagnetic field according to its property. You feel what I'm saying? So it's not the mass that causes the curvature of space and time. It is the subatomic level, the subatomic particles, and the numbers of the atomic particles, the atoms, that causes the greater pull, because it's causing a greater degree in magnetism.
That's the fucking genius, man.
So Lance, you done figured this shit out. You know what I'm saying? Lance, you figured it out.
Fucking genius. Okay, y'all not fucking with Lance, bro. Y'all niggas ain't fucking with Lance, bro.
You lie, bro. I can't fuck with you, man. You got your own thing, going. I can't fuck with you. But
I'm trying to tell you, why did they, bro, look. They even consider instability in. Go ahead, bro.
I'm just saying the white man he ain't conquered space, but he know what's going on, man. He's sending shit up there. They really going to Mars.
You can't conquer space.
Believe it or not.
You would have. It's no going to other planets. Like those planets are beacons. They're kept in place. That's why they call fixed stars, bro. They're kept in place by the density that they are in relation to the Earth's magnetism, bro. That's why they kept in place. They burn off gases
all I'm saying is, that's fine. Keep thinking that while this white man, the Chinese man, and the other people, they gonna keep moving forward.
They're gonna keep showing you pictures, bro. You ever seen that movie 1985?
Man, that's propaganda, bro. They did that. There was another tactic that was called giving you a double dose, man.
No, this is what they're doing to you, bro. They're doing that to you for real. They're creating scenarios, bro.
Because you accepted it.
Creating wars and making there's an enemy. And you're supporting their efforts to protect you. And it's all a facade, bro. It's false. It's not real.
They convinced you to believe what was going on in the movie of 1985. So you've been seeing it playing out. No, what it's been doing is people been playing out because the people watching the movie, you know what I'm saying? But no, I'm just saying though, bro. It ain't. Hey, I think it ain't that deep, man.
No, bro, it's not that deep. Once you realize, but you still think you walking. It's people on the bottom, bro. I told you when you look at the globe Earth, it's only showing you the electromagnetic field of the Earth. That's why it's showing you clouds. The ground isn't round. The field around the Earth is. You feel what I'm saying? That shit is round, bro. The Earth isn't round. The Earth is a mound, bro. It's like a pyramid that got shit on it now. So it's all rounded off and shit. But it's levels and rings to the motherfucker.
I tell you what, draw me a picture. Because I can't see it. By you describing it what it is, I can't see that shit. I mean, I'm just saying.
Have you ever seen the Dozier Pyramid? Have you ever seen the Dozier Pyramid?
Yeah.
Dozier Pyramid. Okay. That's
so what you're saying is that. So what you're saying is we can fall off the side of the Earth. That's what you're telling me.
You can't fall off the sides of the Earth. You can't fall off the sides of the Earth. What do you mean?
If it's built like the Dozier Pyramid, I should be able to. Look down on the side of the Earth.
Let me explain. The Earth is so expansive, right, that you will not be able to tell you're going from Atlanta to Canada uphill the whole time. Now they're crevices, bro. They have paved the land so you can ride even. But the land is so expansive that, what is it? You're not going to, it's going upward. That's why, bro, it's always going upward and downward on all sides. Yes, there are crevices and terrain that's not going to be level to a straight up so-called pyramid. But just imagine the Dozier Pyramid and then dirt on top of that. Right? And somebody take water and pour it on top of that, and the water pour down the sides of that, and then they just mold the shit into whatever, bro. Like this simple. It's just like, it sounds crazy.
Nah, man. See,
that's what it's like to me. No, let me tell you why. Let me finish. The water.
On, man. You've been going.
Hold on. I didn't finish explaining it to you what you need to say, right? Because I can tell you that the sun, the electromagnetic, solar wind that the sun is causing between the tropics and the magma heats up the water. That water goes up, it cools down, turns back to liquid, it comes back down. That's a filtration system. It's all done in design. It's designed, bro. It's not a ball in space coincidentally with some type of magic field covering it, because it's not. Because no one's walking upside down in Australia and China. And I've been overseas. In order for the plane to stay parallel to the ground, I never turned upside down.
Hold on. So you telling me with the Most High, anything ain't possible?
Yeah.
That's what you telling me?
I'm telling you that he won't wait. That's not nothing. That's not a feat to do. That's not according to the. Listen, bro. He's not going to break his own laws.
I mean, okay. Wait a minute. Hold up. What you mean by that?
He's not going to break his own laws. The only thing we would be problem with is you don't understand what's before you because you have not yet been revealed the laws of this particular physics. But all things that is,
bro, I've battled it out with the top flat earthers and all them niggas.
Nigga, I eat your ass up. My premise no model, bro. My opening to kill you, nigga. All right, bro. Set it up.
I bet.
We ain't debating, nigga. Set it up.
Set it up. Set it up.
How long you need? I'm ready.
Shit. I thought you was talking about season 4. You trying to do it in the off season.
Nigga, I'll murder you on that shit, bro.
Oh, man. I'm trying to do it in the real season. I ain't gonna do it in the off season. But nah, man, you got it. Hey, man, I'm telling you though, man, you got it.
Man, I got an answer for all y'all shit, bro. I have an explanation for everything you globe earthing ass, indoctrinated ass niggas believe. I have an answer for it.
Man, check this out, King. All I'm asking is, just draw your model for me, bro. Show me a model on paper, something I could put the white man, because you said for the Nazarene, that's the white man. So the white man gave me my image I got in my mind. So can you please draw me a model of and show me how the earth looks? Just draw it up for me so Lance said, this is the earth. So I go like, okay, this is what the fuck come on. You know what I'm saying?
Bro, if I showed you, let me tell you, bro, I'm going to be honest. The earth is so expansive that I wouldn't be able to draw it on a small level for you to even get what it is.
What you saying for, man? You gotta do better than that.
As far as you go, the land will go, expand until it reaches the point where the heavens meet the earth.
All right, you gotta give me something, man. Just like draw me a model.
Draw you a model, nigga. I already presented you a model before. I know I have. I'm playing now. I'm playing now, bro. You see, Suave don't come at me. Got these niggas on lock, my nigga. Let me find my picture, bro. I got one especially for you. Desktop. Flat Earth, where are you?
Niggas, set it up. I'll let you boy when you ready. Give me about you want to do that? Give me about a week or two. I'll put something together. But I'd rather hold it off for season 4.
You go ahead and hold on till season 4. Somebody else for you, bro. Yeah. But I'm the motherfucking the final boss of this shit. Judah, you're not the final boss. You're the boss before the boss. You the dude on the nunchuck on Kung Fu Master and
shit. Damn, get up on the out of here, man. But yeah, I'll let me last year. We'll definitely get that on season 4, man. I go ahead flat your pyramid earth, right? You know what I'm saying? Gonna put that to bed.
Hey, let me ask you a question.
Go ahead.
If you south, like Florida,
yeah,
and in order to go to Canada, do you go up in elevation as you head that direction, or do you go on a straight plane?
Go on a westerly course. According to the road, however the road made.
You're going from north to south, from south to north.
Hold on, you said from Florida to Cali?
To Canada.
Oh, from Florida to Canada. Yeah. You're going up north.
You're going up north.
Right.
Right. But if you're in South Africa and you want to go to, let's say, Spain, would you be going from a lower elevation to a higher elevation?
I'm not sure. I've never been.
All right, because I catty corny, I crossed you across the way. But
no. You can't. Nah. Can't give me that easy.
But still, you would have to go up in elevation, bro. That's just the bottom line. The Earth is a great mound pyramid with shit on it now that can be terraformed on whoever command that it is that's commanding the shit to be terraforming. It vibrates and it changes. Like I've seen video of whole communities moving without the tops being broken, bro. The whole bottom of them was vibrating so tremendously it shook them across the I think it said several meters or several meters. Some kind of way, bro. It went it went a long ass way from one community to the next. So that made me see like, whoa. So if that shit can happen in modern times, bro, ain't no telling what the hell, like the shit could have went in a swirl and shifted lands and other parts of the, you know what I'm saying, pyramid or plane, or you know what I'm saying, the earth. But the top part is what moved. And it don't have nothing to do with no damn lava under the earth or tectonic plates. Look it up. Liquefaction. The shit move whole.
Yeah, but
unity.
I have to see what you're talking about, Lance. But I'm gonna have to get up with the king. Yeah, let me know, man. See the flow. We can definitely get it in, man. But holler back at me.
That's what's up, my guy. Another one don't want it with me. Y'all in for a real treat this season. Season 4 with your man's Lance, the Most High willing. I'm able to make it there. I'm blazing a lot of you niggas, bro. All of this so-called, that's pseudo, and this pseudo. We gonna see what's pseudo and what's not pseudo. We got a lot of stuff to talk about. This motherfucking slavery shit gonna piss a lot of you off, though. This motherfucking slavery shit gonna piss a lot of you off. Right now, I'm reading a book called When Scotland Was Jewish. When Scotland Was Jewish. I'm also finishing a book. I've been back and forth with these books because information has been mind-blowing. You know what I'm saying? And these books is not for no regular people because you got to have some insight on a lot of the information that they're talking about. But the other book is Pirates of the Caribbean. What's another book that I just got to read? See, these books right here, bro, they focus on slavery and immigration, capitalism, politics, wars, wars make POWs. POWs become penal residents, which by law in 1776 makes them slaves. Y'all know that? Prior to 1776, there was no so-called United States laws for slavery. Again, I contend that the people of the South, from around about the 1600s to the Civil War, were progressive so-called Black families, which with those books alone, you can find out, along with the article that I presented to you guys that's called the Sodomite Orphans, the African American Appropriation, where it tells about a Portuguese king that sent orphans to west coast of Africa, around about 200, and they ended up becoming servants in America and growing up and having families in America. But those people that he sent were Jews, Sephardi Jews. I think that we were in power up until the Civil War. We were losing power when the Holy Roman Empire fell. Byzantine Empire was like trying to come back. It's kind of one and the same, but they failed some. It was weakened some, I would say. I think they can inflate in history, man. They moved it, they shifted the history, and we was the heads and not the tail. And if we was gonna stick to a biblical narrative, which I'm familiar with as well, I think it's gonna be a time, the true time, we're gonna have to cry out to him, which we haven't as a people. Slavery in a whole, to me, is a big ass illusion that they taught children under the noses of a working class family. They taught slavery to the children of those who lost, which it was no real slavery. Not the way they got it. Kunta Kinte. Nowhere in the world you're gonna find some people like us without guns and ships, bro. In the jungle. Before them, crazy. It was already navigating this whole world, bro. Trade, already had set up trade and everything, trade routes internationally. From Russia to the Ottoman to Turkey. Our people, whoever them people is that made us, bro. I call them Sephardis and Moors, one and the same. Some just chose to be Mohammedans or worship, you know what I'm saying, the Islam, and others chose to become Protestants and Baptists and things like that to hide their identity, which was a closer or more of a compromise to their original faith. They were like covert Jews. I've seen too many reports of Jews being called black, literally called black. Several different reports. Synagogue with some odd 200 Jews with the rabbi. You know, man, it's all throughout history, bro. That's something easy to present. Jews ranging from colors of boxwood to black. Y'all, all y'all niggas talking about some we Africans and we this, that, and the other. And I'm telling you, them niggas was Canaanites. The Africans that was enslaved was your Canaanites. The real enslaved ones by the Arabs, those is your Canaanites. Your ass, your people been protected. I don't know if it's you or you, but you, who is like me and my people, y'all been protected. Same ingredients from the old world is the same ingredients over here making these people over here today. We just consolidated, mixing with one another. Like I said, if we stick to the biblical narrative, all three strands are one here in the new world. Ephraim / Manasseh, the northern kingdom, Judah, Benjamin, and Levi. Levi and Benjamin and Judah, some of them was with the northern kingdom, but most of them were separate. Leaving Africa last. Or, yeah, actually, because I believe that a lot of Ephraim in them, ooh, bro, it's so deep. All in all, man, let me just say, bro, that narrative that we get taught by the street preachers, you was kicked out of Israel in 70 AD, you made it in your way in Africa and all of that shit. They'll never tell you that some of them Romans was your people too. They'll never tell you that. That's like the police coming in on you or the military coming in on you, on your people. Same black cops coming in on, man, it ain't no difference, bro. Here's another secret. Like when they show you people like the Greeks, and they want you to believe that those Greeks existed right prior to a certain war that can be easily accounted for. And they'll show you, white statues of gods and all of those buildings that the Bible was talking about when it said the kings went up and rebuilt the ruins of old. Those are ruins of old. Those are not the Greeks of our so-called time. We just went and lived in the ruins of old. We rebuilt them, reappropriated them. That's why some grand doorways now have square doors placed in an archway, where it was once an arch grand door. Now it's a small square door and a grand archway. We just reappropriate the buildings that the Most High destroyed. We end up living in the tops of them. The rest of it be underground. Just imagine your tallest building, and a great flood come through or mud come through and inundation and cars and all that shit just come through, and it covers up 50 floors or 50 feet. And it's all throughout the city. Nobody's going to dig all of that out, bro, to try to relive in that shit. They're going to live in what's left and build floors and sustain the foundation and build floors beneath it. and you're going to live in the tops of that shit like everything else over and over, bro. Why is all of our state buildings, all of our armories looking like something from the medieval period or before that? You got Venetian architecture all throughout where we live. Go to your state building and see how Greek or /Roman/Venetian, because why? Because they were all reappropriated through the ages. Each civilization reappropriated them for themselves. And we see what's left behind. And we reappropriate them. They're gonna see some of their so-called, ain't no telling what's at the bottom of it, buildings turn into banks now. When them shits used to be supreme high offices, you know what I'm saying? And we the top of a supreme lord temple or something, and we just living in the tops of that shit, turning it into banks. Yeah, man, y'all. The shit I've been looking into over my years, bro. I'm just willing to accept that it's all connected. It's a God. It's a real God. It's some real beings. It's some ancients. It's some underworlds. There's some places that man is not at and old animals are.
Those old civilizations were destroyed.
Nah, they were destroyed, such as those that didn't keep the law, yet we still here. Destroyed in a sense of no longer able to thrive as a nation, only lingering genetically. You feel me? Destroyed as in we are destroyed, yet we're not. This is all an illusion, bro. Fables and fairy tales is the real shit. Ghosts and goblins and ghouls. All that shit is the real shit. We are living like that movie, The Village. Kept away from the real world, kept behind, isolated, not allowed to grow or reach the potential that our brains are actually designed to be. We become puppets by accepting the narrative. It becomes habit to just accept it. Man, I'm tripping, man. I got to get out here and get my coronavirus. You know they say you ain't going to be able to get in certain places. Oh, you don't see that shit is a ploy to get you to get the damn shot? That's equivalent to you won't be able to buy, sell, or trade unless you get the damn mark of the beast. To me, nigga, I'm good. I'm straight, bro. It's going to be some black market shit. Niggas will thrive, bro. We will thrive, bro. I personally am not getting an inoculation for any such purposes to date now. When I went and got a procedure done, I had to get a colonoscopy and shit. I'm almost 50. I tell you, there ain't no coronavirus in that night, is it? And you ain't about to give me no damn shot while I'm going under, because I'll sue you. Let some shit stick to my face when I'm out here trying to eat me some ice cream and a food. They broke out laughing. You know exactly what I was talking about. But I was serious. That type of mandate, the type of restrictions they putting, bro, that shit is clear. That shit is movie shit, bro.
You read that book by Dean Koontz, The Eyes of Darkness?
I haven't. What was it about?
is about, and this was written in 1981. It was about the World Health Organization created this virus, this respiratory virus that killed a great portion of the population, and that they called it Wuhan 400. Because it originated in Wuhan. And this was written in 1981. It's no different than what I was just showing you guys with the book Brave New World that was done by Aldous Huxley. He's talking about a lot of stuff that's being implemented or even being put on the table as a possibility today. You know, with gene splicing and test tubes and the whole nine. So Dean Koontz, he wrote a book called The Eyes of Darkness. And he talks about, he says in 2020, this is what the book is about, is like in 2020, there will be a respiratory virus that originated in Wuhan, China, that kills a great portion of the population.
Hey, bro, wasn't that in that book from like in the 90s called Illuminati 666?
He said, no,
you
this
ever
book,
read that book?
Illuminati 666. I don't know if I.
Bro, they predicted about the gayness. It was all of that shit, bro, that they was doing that happened. I could have sworn I read that in there.
Yeah, the Illuminati. Yeah, it's a book I got called the Handbook of the Illuminati, where they talk about a lot of stuff. I don't think I have a book, Illuminati 666 stuff. But it's a book that I have called the Illuminati Handbook, where they actually talk about predictive programming, is what they call it. So they'll write it in a book, a fictional book, about what they actually going to do. So subconsciously you're buying into it. Subconsciously is what the science behind that is suggesting.
So we are manifesting with a
Yachty Boon.
So I do have a hunch. I do have a theory, I should say, that there's a group of people, which I would like to call the chosen, us, who the world actually follows by default. They have no choice. So wherever it is, because we are the light of the world, whatever it is we do, they will follow. And somebody controls what goes in our head. So the world that we manifest is due to the fact that we don't know we're being puppeted. We are the children of the Most High God.
So the question in the chat room was, so how secret is the Illuminati? Because I know there's a lot of people that say, well, if the Illuminati is a secret government, a secret organization, how do you know so much about the Illuminati if they're so secret? Is what is being said.
Because they had to make themselves aware in order to instill the fear that they're designed to do. If you don't know about them, why would you fear them? Why would there be a conversation? So they had to, that's the design, bring forth their dominion, bring forth their identity, that there is others. See, but I even in that consider that to be scripted. Because once you realize that Most High is in control of everything, everything. A freaking boulder falls and rolls down and crushes 140 houses while the people were in them. Everything. If there was evil done in the city, had I not done it, is what he said.
I think another thing is that they keep it in secret, in the sense that they don't put it in the avenues where you're accustomed to getting information from. So that would be the secret aspects of that. But, you know, really, if you dig and you look for it, you'll be able to see it. Man, you're talking about world government. So a lot of things that's been implemented, you're going to obviously see because it's affecting you. Talking about the wars and the different things that was created by, this cabal of people. We also know that, certain meetings that we do know that they're having a meeting, but we don't know exactly what they're talking about in those meetings. Like the Bilderberg meeting. We know that there's a group of people from all around the world, heads of CEOs, corporations. You have royalty in different areas like the Netherlands and
illegally meet.
So they meet, and that's one thing that the cracker did. Alex Jones, he actually was recording one of these meetings where they just actually go in. They got security all around them, and you just watch them go in. So what are they talking about? We don't know exactly what they're talking about, but we do know that they have a meeting. So when somebody says, well, the Bilderberg meeting, somebody call that conspiracy theory. And when it's actually a Bilderberg meeting. So we know that ultimately, that they're having a meeting and that these is a cabal of people that actually have a specific agenda that they want to orchestrate. But we don't know exactly what they do until it already kind of happens. It's like, for example, I was just talking about the book, The Eyes of Darkness, that was written in 1981. And it was talking about a respiratory virus that was going to be created in a laboratory that was going to kill millions of people in 2020. And it originated in Wuhan. I mean, it's just right on point. And, so the, but you don't know what they talk about in the meeting. Like, it says, I heard of the meeting, even seen the press cover it. You didn't see them, like they have meetings like for like congressional hearings. Like you're inside of that meeting. You see what they're talking about and them interrogating each other. You see that. You can go on C-SPAN and watch that. You don't know exactly what they're talking about in those meetings. And you see them actually like covering, okay, yeah, well, we're outside of Bilderberg meeting and this is other meeting, and maybe when the guy come out and they say, oh yeah, well, what are you saying? Oh yeah, well, we had a couple of, they'll keep it vague and, give you a vague type of statement and keep it moving. You don't know exactly what it ain't full coverage where they inside of the meeting, So that's two different things right there. Mm-hmm. But even with that being said, I think that ultimately, when you talk about, you have knowledge of it, but you don't know really until, unless you like a dot connect, you can kind of project what the next move is going to be. Like I already know that by the end of the summer is going to be a new strain of the coronavirus, because, I know the pattern. I can follow a pattern. And they communicate with each other through numerology and different things that they actually use to actually communicate with each other. So these are some of the things that you could do to identify it, because what they do is they miseducate the masses as well. They'll dumb you down, and then they'll be working with a higher science on how they communicate with each other. And based off your limited knowledge, you think that communication can only happen through this avenue, and that, well, it'd be impossible for them to do it. No, you're just not really informed enough to actually contemplate or comprehend how they communicate and what they're doing on a very high level. So and also they can do it right in front of you, because most of the people are subjected to the culture, meaning that they have some type of vice or some type of thing that connects or that makes them reliant on this westernized form of living, so they're not really going to even fight it, even if they knew it. And most people would try to deny it just so they could continue to live comfortably or have their level of comfort in this system. And they know that. This is why they bombard you with entertainment, So why they bombard you with entertainment? There's always a book out there that you can actually go and read, and you have to dig for it. But this is what they say they hide it in plain sight. You know what I'm saying? They hide it in plain sight. So, because these are the thing is like, it's not going to be like hitting like under a rug, hitting where you can't see it, because it's affecting you. Like a mouse trap, that's a subversive way of catching a mouse. You know, so you put it in an area where you're kind of hiding it in a sense, but you're not hiding it because, you know, we know that mice, because we study the mouse, and we know the mouse has very poor vision, that he uses his sense of smell. So when you put it in a certain area, you're not necessarily hiding it because the whole goal is to capture the mouse. So it's actually visible. You can see the trap, you know, but we know the mouse. We know the characteristics of the mouse. So we put the little peanut butter in the trap, and then we put it in the area, and we know that the mouse has, you know, really trouble seeing. So we play a role. we'll design the trap in a way that caters to that. So when he uses his sense of smell, he knows that there's something there, you know, but it's not exactly what it is until he gets onto that damn trap, and we know that we got him at that point. It's similar to that, you know, logic. You know, it has to be visible because we're trying to capture you. You know what I'm saying? But we just hoping that you're going to cater to your lower self, that you're going to be just, you know, you're sniffing for the peanut butter as opposed to seeing the trap. So when he bombards you with entertainment, when he bombards you with all these different Disney World and, you know, pornography and all these different things, go party, you know, or even, you know, be this accomplished person, you know, within the society. Go ahead, do all that. Be a respected individual with your master's degree, you know. Go, you know, you're not shit unless you have a house, a dog, and a 401k and a Honda Civic, you know. You know what I mean? So while you're working for all these things and you're jumping from one lake to another, you're hopping right on that goddamn trap because the trap was there. You can see it if you look into it. Like, well, damn, okay. Well, they designed this organization specifically for population control. They literally, the same person that is part of the population council, Rockefeller. Rockefeller was the same group of same family that helped finance Nazi Germany. You know, all this stuff is all information, but it's just like, you know, the hidden aspect is what they bombard you with to make it, to blur the issue, but it's there, you know. So people get that confused when you talk about, like, you know, hitting, like, oh, we not gonna, you know, because you're the person that they're trying to trap. So if you're a smart mouse, you're like, oh, wait, what is that? I smell the peanut butter and that shit smells gooder than the motherfucker. But what's that sticky shit on there? Yeah, I don't know, that's a trap right there. You know what I'm saying? So you go back to the other mouse and be like, yo, don't go for that peanut butter because it's a trap. They say, oh, you're a dumb mouse, nigga. We want the peanut butter. That shit smell good. We want the damn peanut butter. You don't know what you're talking about. Stop being a bitch, man. You can't see already. We want to go and try to get this shit anyway. You know what I'm saying? Well, yeah, and this is how y'all talk. That's how y'all talk. You know, it'll be a brother like Lance trying to tell you the truth and show you the right way and the righteous way. And you'll say, well, no, they don't sound right. Because it don't sound right because it's not catering to your lower self. It's not catering to your lower desires. So it don't sound right to you. So you don't run your ass in that goddamn trap. You know? Or well, if it's well, how come they just didn't make an invisible trap if that's the case? You know? It's just like you try to now create a scenario which is pretty much impossible to do. You know? How do you know about the Illuminati? You know? So you know, so you know, this is what it is, you know. I know. No, see, the reason why, you know, people like you and Daniel Heru and Wizzy, you know, you don't want to see the truth. You don't want to know what the truth is, brother. So you find ways to avoid the truth. What Lance gave you was facts and proof and evidence. And what you do is try to jump from one lake to another, you know, to avoid that.
To avoid dealing with what I just put in their face.
No, you don't have to demonstrate it. Like, it's almost like that doesn't make it not true, bro. You know what I'm saying? Like you try to confine truth to a certain criteria, and that's what I call programming. Like, it's almost like I say, well, yeah, there's a man on the corner of the block. He's killing people. He kills whoever goes on that corner. You know what I'm saying? And he said, well, prove it. This is what you're saying. Well, prove it. I said, well, every person that went on the corner, they ended up missing. You know? And we ultimately know that he was the one that was standing on the corner with the person before they were missing. You know, so when you see that man and you stand on that corner, you know, most likely you're going to end up missing, you know. You prove that to be a fact, though. How can you prove that to be a fact? Do you have a video recording of the person? No, I don't have a video recording, you know. No, this is what I'm saying to you. Truth can be demonstrated, but just because it's not demonstrated doesn't make it not the truth. See, it's levels to this shit. This is what I'm saying. Like, what I'm saying was programming. You know, programming is that's what I'm saying. That's exactly my point.
Yeah.
Just because you can't demonstrate it doesn't mean that it's not the truth. You know what I'm saying? So this is how a person can lie to you, because people could demonstrate a lie as well. You know, people could demonstrate a lie
and present it as the truth.
Yeah, they could present it as the truth using that same method. They do it all the time. That's what Fauci does.
Lawyers do it all the time.
Yeah, they do it all the time. And that's what I'm saying. Like, you know, that's what I'm saying with, and that was the point. That was the point of me saying that what they do is they dumb the masses down to make them think a certain type of way. This is what you're seeing in the chat right now. They'll dumb the masses down to think a certain type of way that if it's not that, that means that it's not the truth. That's the dumbing down, where they work with a higher science. You know what I'm saying? And the higher science will be what Anthony Fauci does. You know, he twists his information. It's not all the way a lie. You know, good lies is not all 100% a lie. So it's demonstratable. Well, yeah, the coronavirus started from the pangolin, is what he says. And somehow it got mixed with the bat. And, you know, they have this food market in Wuhan where they have all different types of animals. And it's like sanitary issues and animals that you're not supposed to be eating, which is all facts, you know, in the sense that they do have an animal market in Wuhan, China. They do have, you know, they do eat the pangolin and they do eat the bat, and they do all those things in Wuhan. That doesn't make it a fact just because those things are true, that the coronavirus started from that. So he demonstrated evidence to prove what he's saying. But that could be a lie because they operate on a higher science and they use this technology to the masses while they dumb you down to make you think that it has to be this way in order for it to be the truth.
And you know what's crazy, Solar? The nigga don't say, nigga, that doesn't prove gravity isn't gravity. Nigga don't say nothing like that, bro. Anything I demonstrate, anything I bring forth, they don't have anything to disprove what I said.
Right.
My position is disproving what they taught us. And you use that to defend what I bring forth and don't disprove what I said.
Right. And that's what we call the dumbing down of the masses. You know what I mean? The dumbing down of the masses. They program you to think a certain type of way. You know, and a person with a creative mind, you know, they'll go against that. You know, a person like Lance, he has his own way of thinking because he's not controlled by the mechanisms of control that has your mind into the shithole that it's in.
Right. Same as you and a few others.
Yeah, so this is what we're talking about. I mean, you're a prime example of what we're talking about. You know? So this whole thing turns into a cyclic form of programming. where all the while their agenda is becoming more and more obvious by the day. It'll be people arguing with me if I told them in 2016, you'll be wearing a mask. And they would shut down the economy. They would shut down the whole thing. That was conspiracy theory in 2016. But it was a reality in 2019. So whatever your methodology, whatever your methodology was, and whatever your demonstrable evidence suggested, it didn't get you ready for that shit. You do know that to be a fact. And we get into the whole thing where we're trying to now define shit. This some shit. What we are demonstrating right here is like, we're in the ethos. We sprinkle information so you humans can now consume it. This is coming from the gods. So you can't confine me to these Eurocentric intellectual talking points. So you have to justify that. You've been programmed. Fauci could tell you anything because he's an expert. You're going to believe it. And it sounds good because it's demonstrable evidence. And this is what we're talking about.
Hey, bro, that's 48 laws of power, bro.
Exactly. That's what I said. They're dealing with a higher science. You see how he just threw a book out there because he's that well read? You got people that just talking. You're just talking. You don't know what he's talking about or know what I'm talking about when I say they operate on a higher form of science when they dumbed you down. You think I'm insulting you. And this is when it turns out, they think that I'm insulting them when I say that. No, it's just a fact. They dumbed you down.
It's their phraseology.
Yeah.
This is how you bring us to heal.
And these are the things that we have to keep in mind moving forward. Because like I said, when we were saying the whole thing with the coronavirus and the vaccination, and you see the people, and this is what they'll say. And they do this, and this is demonstrable evidence. They'll say, I showed you the news clips.
Yep.
A person today, perfectly healthy, he took the vaccination, his leg became numb. They rushed him to the hospital. He had trouble breathing. 10 hours later, he died. It wasn't the vaccination.
There is no indication that it was vaccination that caused it.
And what y'all do, right?
And they tell on themselves, bro. They tell
exactly. And that's just showing how dumbed down you are. This is shits and giggles for them. And what they'll do is, we know for a fact that was a result of the vaccination, right? But let's say, it was not, and didn't have an expert come on. Well, we don't have any demonstrable evidence proving that the vaccination can cause these type of elements. Further tests, we will definitely do further tests. But our research does indicate that the vaccination does not cause any deaths on this. So this is what they'll do. And they'll gobble it right up. Why? Because it's demonstrable evidence. They say according to research. The expert said it. The expert that did the research is now telling you that person that took the shot, 30 minutes after he took the shot, his leg got numb and he had trouble breathing. 3 hours later, he died. He's going to turn around and tell you that, well, according to our demonstrable evidence, it was not the vaccination. We did research on this already. It's impossible.
Impossible.
You niggas just dumbed down.
And then our people will argue and tell you, they said it was not the coronavirus vaccination that killed them.
Right.
You like, you big dummy. What do you mean? They will take that shit and fight with it. They said it was not the coronavirus vaccination.
This is the beginning of what they call the Great Calling. This is the mass murdering. It says in the book of Revelations, and it was the angel, he took peace from the earth. It was the angel that put pestilence on the planet. Plagues and pestilence. Woe unto the inhabitants of the earth. This was it says in the book of Revelation.
Mm-hmm.
That is the Illuminati playbook.
Yeah, but I think that they just fighting, bro, because when Most High do that, bro, it be really bodies wrapped up outside waiting on the truck to come and pick your ass up, bro. You know what I'm saying? And people scared for real. It don't be no, ain't no crying no wolf, bro. It be really people be dead out in the streets, bro. Hundreds of thousands, bro. You don't know if it's you or your people. You ain't letting your kids go to school, nigga. They're really dying in that instance, the medieval era, bro. This right here was straight script. This was a script, bro. Anybody go to the hospital with whatever they come out, they die with the coronavirus. That's and then you find out that that's the truth.
And you see what they do, right? So that on the one hand, they'll say, well, yeah, the person took the shot, his leg got numb, he had trouble breathing. 30 minutes after he took the shot. You had the lady that took the shot. She passed out. Soon as she took the shot, she passed out. It's on camera. It wasn't the vaccination. Yeah, the person, okay. His leg got numb. 3 hours later, he had trouble breathing. He died 3 hours later. It wasn't the vaccination. Now, on the flip side, right? The lady went to the congressional hearing and said out of her mouth that, for example, if a person has a history of diabetic comas, and they go to the hospital and they're diabetic, right? And they die from some type of ailment that came as a result of diabetic, and they just so happen to have the coronavirus, that they would count that as a corona death.
Corona death. Heart attack during the coronavirus. Corona death.
So if a person, for example, have kidney failure, right? Something that's not really connected to the coronavirus, right? A person that has kidney failure and dies, and they test them, and they just so happen to have the coronavirus, it was the coronavirus. So they do that. They do that on the one hand to promote the coronavirus, to get the numbers up as to the casualties of the coronavirus. But on the flip side, soon as the person takes the shot, they have all these elements and die. It's not the vaccination. You niggas is dumbed down, bro. Wake up, people. You niggas is asleep. Demonstrable evidence is what he said. You niggas is a joke. The cracker has fooled you into thinking a certain type of way. He has now colonized thought. And that's a deep thing. That's a deep thing. He's colonized thought. He's now making you think a certain type of way.
Hey, you know what? Just like on some in-depth shit on that. You know when you're watching TV, they're said that there are sparks firing off at so many frames per second that naturally hypnotizes your eye.
Yeah.
And prepares your mind to receive data.
Yes, that's what they call it, the program. But this is the thing that we all do it all the time. Like when you watch a movie, like I was just saying, I was in the movies the other day. You're so into the movie, you don't know what's going on around you. You're sitting next to you, motherfuckers eating popcorn. You don't know what's going on around you because you get so into the fucking movie.
That's why you was able to give such a detailed description of the movie that you saw, because you took in all that data. It had your full attention. It closes off all things around you, and it just feeds you data. The same thing with music.
That's why they said the same. And this is like, remember at a point in time, to see how you control the movie. I don't know if they still do that to this day, where they actually have a level of control over what's being watched, you know, by the masses. They still do. We all know, obviously, that they do. Oh, yeah. But like, you know, but it's a science. They'll get you. They give you the nice hot popcorn. They cut the lights off. That's an experiment right there. You know what I'm saying? Cutting the lights off, so that helps you focus in on the movie screen. We can't have no other distractions. You know? So now you look at this big screen, the lights is off. This is the only thing to watch. So now, you know, look at me, you are getting sleepy. You know? Right. You go right into that damn movie screen. Subconsciously. Your conscious mind is now into the movie. So much so that when something happened on the scary movie, you jump. You get scared when Freddy Krueger pops out. You know what I'm saying? You know? Jason's chasing the person with the knife. You're scared. You're not even, it's a movie. You're afraid. Like you're hiding and you're trying to cover your face.
It works on all levels, bro. If a titty pop out, guess what?
Exactly. You know what I'm saying? How does that happen? And then we so accustomed to
no physical stimulation, bro. No physical stimulation.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's all mental, conscious. You know what I'm saying? They're playing with their thoughts through imagery. That's a deep science, bro.
Manipulation.
Exactly. We're so accustomed to it that we don't really put value into it now. You know, we paid them to program us. We paid them. Okay, I'm gonna be scared. You know, I initially went to the movie to see the Conjuring. I was paying them so they could scare my ass. You know what I'm saying? What new shit you got to scare me? You know, in the early 2000s, they had, you know, the white teenager chick that her head turns around and she could climb on the walls and shit.
Yeah.
The Ring is what they called the movie. It scared motherfuckers. You know? That scary shit.
Yeah, she come at me crawling, I'm gonna be a little scared, even if it's real.
Yeah, she crawling on the motherfucking walls and she's upside down and the head twisting around and shit.
Yeah, I'll leave my kids in the house for her. If
you know what I'm saying?
Gun, bro, I'm dying, but it's just gonna be second nature to break out to see something like that, bro. Be out, bro, go back and get them. You know what I'm saying? After I go get somebody to go in first with me, you know what I'm saying? But white girl crawling over brooks and shit, bro. What the fuck is that?
You know what I'm saying? And that's a science, bro. So we can now take that in what they consider and that's why even when you're looking at the real shit, it's really like it's still a script that's being played. Even with the politics, it's a script. They showed Joe Biden, right? He's a horrible reader. You can clearly see that he's reading. That's one thing Obama was good at. He knew it. All the visual shit he had, you know, he had on lock. You know, you're not going to catch him slipping.
Yeah, well spoken.
Yeah, well spoken. Like you can't really know when he's reading. You know what I'm saying? Joe Biden, bro, he was like, that nigga be reading like he be like messing up the word and shit and squinting his eyes and shit. Nigga can't see what the fuck is on. He's squinting his eyes. The Afghanian people, you know what I mean? This motherfucker, You know what I'm saying? Joe Biden is a wild bull.
Yeah. He can't be. He's really not fit to lead, bro. He's not even a fit puppet. You can see he's
the. Look at your boy Joe Biden right here. Check out your boy Joe Biden. Look at this motherfucker. Look at this motherfucker Joe Biden. That's your boy. That's your boy. Joe Schmo. Y'all can see it?
We can't see it.
You can't see it?
We can see it in the Zoom. We can't see it on. I got both of them.
Well, there's a little delay on the actual.
Okay, there you go. That's a big delay.
Okay, so what you can clearly see this motherfucker reading.
Infrastructure, which much of which is privately owned and managed like Colonial. Private entities are making their own determination on cybersecurity. So to jumpstart greater private sector investment in cybersecurity, we launched a new public-private initiative
like a motherfucker, bro.
Begins with a 100-day sprint to improve cybersecurity in the electric sector. And we'll follow that with similar initiatives in natural gas pipelines, water, and other sectors. In addition to companies stepping up, we need to invest to safeguard our critical infrastructure. That's one of the many things My American Jobs Plan is designed to do. I also want to update the people on the progress that we've made in our recovery and the next steps that we're going to be taking. As we learned Friday, the economy created 266,000 jobs in April. In fact, altogether, since the time of office, we've created more than 1.5 million jobs in the country. It's the most jobs created in the first 100 days of any president on record, more than 3 times the solid job creation that President Carter saw in his first 100 days, and more than 6 times what President Reagan saw. In the 3 months before I got here, our country was creating roughly 60,000 jobs a month. The 3 months since we've gotten here, we've been creating 500, on average, 500,000 jobs per month. Yeah. In the first quarter, our economy grew at 6.4% rate, outpacing the growth we're seeing from our friends in the Eurozone. Because of the American Rescue Plan, forecasters are projecting we'll see the fastest economic growth in nearly 40 years in the months to come. We're moving in the right direction. So let's be clear. Our economic plan is working.
Yo.
Hey, bro, that was worse than a motherfucker.
Yeah, that was horrible, bro.
NBA player, bro.
Yeah, exactly. He looked like one of them, and I hate to say it, right?
Oh, that shit.
You know what, like motherfucker like did some crazy shit, like he was at the strip club during the NBA finals, and then he's like the press conference with Lou Williams. That's how he looked like. Yeah, I in no way, shape, or form condone this type of behavior, and he was just my team. Fuck wrote this for this motherfucker, bro. He's horrible, and he's tasting the fuck out them words too. He's like, yeah, yo, this is your president, bro. So you have a script. He has a script that he's following.
Bro, look how much
United States presidents are being controlled by the Council on Foreign Relations. Those are the shot callers, behind the United States government. Do know the truth, bro. Open your eyes to the goddamn truth. You're a slave, Neo.
Bro, why you got those eyes in this video, though?
Yeah, bro. Reptilian.
Got those reptilian. Bro, put it back, bro. You got this. I know you didn't edit that shit, bro.
Nah, I ain't edit that shit.
Bro, he got reptilian eyes in the fucking video. Bro, look at that shit. It got the slit right down the side. Right down the slit.
I can see the slit. Yeah, I can see that shit. Reptilian eyes, motherfucker. Yeah, look at this motherfucker half reading as president, y'all. So love and cherish. Send them to war so you can die. So, yeah, that's your boy Joe Biden. Now, look, this is what I was talking about right here. This is what Okay, so this is what I was talking about right here. What I was talking about earlier with the with how there's a stark concentration, a contradiction between how they judge what a coronavirus case is, a coronavirus death, as opposed to a coronavirus vaccination death, right? So this is at a congressional hearing.
There are other countries.
Can you hear it, Lance?
Yeah, I hear it.
That if you had a pre-existing condition, and let's say the virus caused you to go to the ICU and then have a heart or kidney problem. Some countries that if there are other countries that if you had a pre-existing condition, and let's say the virus caused you to go to the ICU and then have a heart or kidney problem. Some countries are recording that as a heart issue or a kidney issue and not a COVID-19 death. Right now, we're still recording it, and the great thing about having forms that come in and a form that has the ability to mark it as COVID-19 infection, the intent is right now that if someone dies with COVID-19, we are counting that.
No matter if they die from COVID or not, if they have COVID, for example, and died of kidney failure, they're going to say they died of COVID. They just literally told you that. But then on the flip side, it's like, okay, person takes the vaccination. As soon as he gets the vaccination, he has trouble breathing. And an hour later, he dies. It's not the vaccination. How are they doing that right before your eyes with the demonstrable evidence? You niggas is fucking idiots.
And you know that they making sure that they allocate those deaths to the COVID-19 so that they can get the money that's particularly allocated to a certain amount of money that's set up for
right. So these, and this is what I'm saying to motherfuckers, right? With your scientific process bullshit that you're trying to sell the masses on. You're not gonna fool me. You're not gonna fool Lance with that bullshit. You see right through that. And this is what I'm talking about, where they operate on a higher science. You see, they have a higher science in the way they communicate, and they know that they trained you to think a certain type of way, and they use that to their advantage. This is what is going on now. So they literally are, on the one hand, anything we count as a corona death, even if it's not. It wasn't even about, she literally said to you, right? Based off of her words, it's not about if they actually died from the coronavirus. Long as they had COVID, this is what they say. And we can even get into that. Like, what would test positive for the COVID? Because remember the president of Tanzania, before they killed him, he exposed that shit. They tested the motherfucking goats, and they came up with the COVID virus. They tested a monkey, he came up with the COVID virus.
For real?
Yeah, the dude over in Tanzania. They murdered the president of Tanzania. He's dead now, but yeah, he didn't want to take he didn't want to bring the test into his country, you know, because he was buying into what they call the conspiracy theories, that, you know, is some shit in the test. So he was like, he took the test and he tested I think a goat or something, and that came up with the coronavirus. He tested a damn monkey, and that came up with the damn COVID virus. So even the testing is rigged from the beginning. So now, if you got COVID and you died from kidney failure, they're going to count it as COVID. You died from the COVID virus. Nigga had a heart attack. He died from the COVID virus, right? Because he had COVID. You see, now, just because you, and she just admitted, just because you have COVID, it's implication enough to say that they count it as a COVID death. But okay, you take the vaccination. and you die from a heart attack. It's not the vaccination. You don't see a problem with that? That's not a fucking red flag? What is the matter with you? This is what I'm talking about. Demonstrable evidence. They got you thinking a certain type of way. Your mind has been coded, you know? And that's what I mean when I say they colonize thought. You can't think that. You're not allowed to think that way because it doesn't fit within the scientific criteria of how to think.
That's crazy.
And this is the foundation of what I call a smart, dumb motherfucker. He's so caught up and well learned in their scientific process on how to think, he's not using common sense. Common sense would tell you that, well, why are they doing that on the one hand for COVID deaths, and on the other hand, they're not doing that with the fucking vaccination? Because they have what they call an agenda. There's no way they're going to count those as deaths, because when you read the statistics that you use, these damn statistics that you use and so cling on to, it'll disrupt the whole mind control process that they want to code your mind into from the beginning. So if they were to count that as a COVID death and the hundreds and thousands of others cases similar to that, it would disrupt the whole thing. So no, that wasn't a COVID death. That wasn't a COVID vaccination death. No, we ain't counting that on the statistics. And then what you niggas do, you come with your demonstrable evidence. When you clearly know that that was supposed to be counted as a COVID vaccination death. That's not counted. You turn around and then use those same statistics to prove your point. Look, there's only one out of 17 million people died from the COVID virus. You turn around and use that as your demonstrable evidence. I'll tell you, they operate on a whole higher level. You have been told to think a certain type of way.
Niggas trying to get that strike. Let's see what y'all on.
He's just trying to get that strike.
Niggas working hard for that strike tonight. Wow. Niggas playing with these people, niggas playing with them people. Yeah. They hit me with one the other day, man, for some shit I did 6 months ago, bro, on one of my other channels, but that shit said false information, bro.
Yo, why do I be getting copyright strikes for videos that I got on private?
Yeah, shit like
what
that.
The fuck are they doing? That shit's on private. How the fuck is you?
But you know they got that but see they got a new algorithm, right, that go through and read content. So with the new creative tool, you can upload your content, and if anybody use it, it automatically spits it back out as a copyright. So whether it's on private, unlisted, if you upload it, it automatically reads it.
That's crazy. I was like, no, I mean this is like the debates from earlier this season. They just on private, so it ain't nobody else content. But it was like maybe like sometimes it'd be like the music.
I was gonna say no, if you got a song or anything like that in there, nigga, they got to have video.
Or even like the topic or whatever. Yeah, they're like, yo, copyright. It's like the non-copyright copyright. It's like this is not a strike type shit. I'm like, yo, it's
I use
private.
What was that? I used some shit off of one of them TV shows, but like, it was a performance from the award show, like a couple years ago and shit, from one of them old award shows and shit. Them motherfucker, bro, I took the sound out, I changed the color of the video. It was only like 6 seconds, but they hit me with a copyright strike for that shit. 6 seconds worth of footage with no audio. So they ain't bullshit.
You try to dispute it?
Nah, hell no. I let that shit ride because shit, I ain't give a fuck. It was just 6 seconds. I just cut it out.
Right. That's what I be doing. I just cut it out. I ain't even got time for all the extra shit. Because some of the joints I got from because I got the Witchicon, what they call that shit. I got the program where they give us all they give you all this free, music to use. And I'm like, yo, I pay for this shit. So when I see that, I dispute it, and then they'll take it off. But I'm like, yo, I done, you know what I mean? I ain't like I got a big channel. Like by the time my shit is all disputed up, and then back on that, all the people that's gonna watch my shit watched it already. You know what I mean? So like, yeah, it's crazy. Yeah, like
no,
yeah,
your
I got
shit
the book on it and so all
bro.
this shit. You know what I mean? Huh?
I said your shit growing though. You know what I'm saying? I see the numbers on the rise, but it's growing.
Yeah, we just gotta keep on pushing. It's good. It's good that the channel could grow and get more people watching it. That'll be good for the debaters and to motivate them even more to present solid information. More people watching. That definitely be a plus.
I think when people start seeing these other debates that we have, it's gonna draw another crowd, man. Because you know what I mean. I think a lot of people, even like myself, when I first came, I was expecting all Bible, all kinds of community, all black, plus some more black shit. You know what I'm saying? So once people start seeing different titles and shit, bro, it can't help but grow.
Right. And I think yeah, so it should be interesting, and I'm looking forward to season 4 because there's a lot of different perspectives now. Coming out, and it's going to make for even better debaters when they clash with each other. You know what I'm saying? Man, I bought the Super Nintendo. Man, I was playing Contra 3.
This nigga, you bought a real Super Nintendo or the little fake joint?
Yeah, the little fake joint. I ain't got the. They want. I was going to get the regular Super Nintendo. Man, they wanted like $160-something for that shit.
Hell no.
I bought that joint. I think it was like $40 for the little fake joint, and that shit worked just as fine.
But they say Nintendo shit. That shit don't depreciate, bro. Like I was tripping off that shit. They said Nintendo shit is worth more than every other system, bro. And that's hard to believe,
real,
but it is.
Yeah, they actually. I mean, when you look at the classic games, like I was looking at like the classic. I was trying to get Mega Man, and they wanted like fucking like $100 and something for that fucking
shit like that. What was it? The DS, the GameCube. Them shits $100 systems.
Yeah, and the first Mario, like Mario 1, like they want like $180 for that shit.
Nigga, just Mario too. No Duck Hunt, nigga. No gun, no nothing, nigga.
God damn, bro.
I can still beat that shit, nigga. I can still beat 1 and 3. I don't know about 2. 2 was a little difficult.
Yeah, 2 was probably the hardest one. 2 was crazy, bro.
Yeah, because you had
the motherfucker shooting out the eggs out his fucking face and shit. What that thing was?
And you gotta use the right characters for the right boards and shit.
Yeah, the princess could float and shit. It was just like a whole different. That was a whole different Mario right there, bro.
Hey, Solar, what you think of my album cover, bro? It's my first one I ever did.
The one that on your picture right there, right now.
Yeah.
Ain't see it.
Make it big. Now you need to get me the work on that. Man.
It's Avatar. Let me see.
Yeah. It says step in my. Yeah. Let me help you out, man. I do something better than that, bro.
Hey, bro, what type of shit, bro? You look like you dropping a LBGTQ album with that cover, nigga. What the fuck is that?
Yeah. Let me hook you up, man.
Hey, bro, that's what it's supposed to attract. You see my
shirt?
Nah,
nigga, stop, bro, with that Kevin
What? No, but that's what they be doing. I was watching an interview. Who seen that interview with Tank? Who seen that interview with Tank when he was like, sucking dick doesn't make you gay or something like that? He said.
I heard about it. I ain't see it, but I heard about it.
Yeah. Somebody was telling me about that interview, and I was like, when I think it was Brother D was telling me, and I was like, yeah, a lot of times they do shit to attract that audience. You know what I'm saying? So I don't give a fuck if the motherfucker's gay or not, but for him to say that publicly like that, as a heterosexual man, he's catering to that audience. No different than what's the Lil Nas X. He may be a flaming faggot, but the extra shit that he does he caters to that audience. Now in the 90s, there was people like LL Cool J that would do the same thing, but he just did it in a different way. He'll go on to the Beyond Beats and Rhymes, is that documentary where they was like, when a person, it ain't just women that's watching these magazines. That's what the dude was saying. It ain't just women that's buying these magazines with the guy with no shirt on in the front of it. So it's like, I think that brings us almost like what they call it, a marketing scheme.
That's why my next one, I'm cutting the grass in my boxers and Timbos and shit with no shirt on.
You just like, oh, bro. Like, you know what I'm saying? Nah, bro, don't do that, bro. You're compromising your fucking integrity. No, it's just some shit that you just can't do, bro. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's just some shit that you shouldn't do, bro.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Because that once you do it, that's it. Denzel Washington was trying to tell Will Smith not to do the 6 Degrees of Separation movie. He was saying in a interview they was having with him. He said, because whatever you do, the first thing you do, you're going to be remembered for that. You know what I'm saying? And that may be your thing. They'll throw it on you all the time.
Hated him after that.
What's the dude that
shit, that nigga blew after that though, bro.
He did blow. He was like an exception to the rule because don't nobody remember that shit.
Yeah, don't nobody I think what got him by that though, his fucking role on Fresh Prince was so cold though, bro. Like Fresh Prince is like an all-time great sitcom. And that was enough to, make the other shit not relevant because like Fresh Prince was the shit.
Yeah, I'll be right back, y'all.
You have people like, what's the dude off of that shot Kane and the Menace to Society? I forget what his name is.
That shot Kane.
Yeah, the dude what's up, partner? The dude that Kane stomped out in the movie. I forgot what his name was.
I know that nigga name. That's just shit to me. That's just always been a nigga that Kane whooped his ass, bro.
Right. But you notice that in every movie he always played the villain.
Yeah, he come back and played that role, that same role.
In Players Club, he was the dude that raped the chick in the Players Club. You know what I'm saying? Like he was always the knucklehead asshole nigga. You know what I'm saying?
What about your boy Chauncey though? You know what I'm saying? Because like with him, he always just Chauncey to me, nigga. You know what I'm saying?
Chauncey. Yo, it was a nigga in the hood looked just like that nigga, bro, and acted just like I used to call that nigga, man, fat ass Chauncey. I'm mad at his ass. You know what I'm saying? But but he always played those type. He's a good actor. I forget what his name is. I should know his name.
Yeah, he actually got a nice little catalog under his belt.
Yeah, he got a nice catalog under his belt. Remember he played on Dead Presidents, Nicky Bonds. What do you call it? You know what I'm saying? He threw the yard up in the man's car. He's like, yeah, you throw the yard up in your car. Never. That could not be me, bro. I'd be like MC Hammer and this motherfucker. Turn this mother out. That motherfucker ride up while I'm in the car with my girl and give her $200. You tripping, bro. Nigga. But bro. And I remember I was watching a movie with my mother's boyfriend. We was watching the movie. And even then I was like, damn, And he says, you can't blame her for that. That's what he said. You can't blame her for that. And I was like, what you mean? Like, what you mean? Like, you know, like, nah, you can't blame her for that because that's the way, he understood the movie. I'm reacting to the situation. You know what I'm saying? And because that's what the movie was saying. Like, the movie was saying that he was incapable of providing for this woman. So you can't get mad at her because she's taking money from this nigga. It's the movie is saying. You know? And that's what he was trying to explain. I'm like, nah, fuck all that shit. Fuck all that shit. There ain't gonna be no niggas throwing that in front of me. That's disrespectful, bro. That's just disrespectful. Right. You know what I mean? So yeah. He was like, you can't blame her for that. I said, yeah, I'm definitely blaming both of these motherfuckers for that shit. But she did say in the movie, she was like, no, it's okay. She was like looking like, what the fuck are you doing type shit. You know what I'm saying? And then he put out there, he's like, yeah, you know, somebody gotta do it. You know what I'm saying? Well, this motherfucker's sitting right there, bro. You know what I mean? Like what the girls be saying. A whole man was sitting right there. Yeah, somebody gotta do it. Yeah, it's already a done deal. We know he ain't gonna do this shit. Somebody gotta do it. Damn. That was a deep movie right there. He got up and choked the shit out of her ass. Remember he choked her? She told some, yeah, I'm fucking them. Yo, he choked the shit out of her ass, bro. I was like, yo, that war shit is real. Nigga came home from the war. All types of crazy shit. You know, and come to find out they was putting that shit in the air. The Agent Orange is what they call it. And that's part of the psychological shit that was going on with the soldiers. They tried to blame it on what they were smoking. No, they were spraying with the Agent Orange shit in the air to destroy the actual jungle. Knock some of the trees down and all types of shit they was trying to do. So, yeah, they coming home with all this Gulf War syndrome. They calling that Gulf War syndrome. My brother had that, the Gulf War syndrome shit. My brother has that. He went over there in the second Gulf War. Whatever they shot him up with, like, you know what I mean? He pops up just like the dude with their presidents. I remember one time we was in North Carolina. I'm a Cowboys fan. He likes Eagles. So he was in the room. I thought he was watching the game because every time it was scored, he would run in the living room and talk shit. And he done went to sleep. So Cowboys came back and I went to the room. I'm like, yeah, nigga, you know, this nigga jumped up like, not you know, because when you wake a motherfucker up, it's like, oh, well, then, you know, you can jump up, you can start at somebody. But he was like frozen, like he like froze for like a good like 7 seconds. Like he was like froze, like I had to shake like, yeah, nigga, you all right, nigga? And then he came back to like, you know what I'm saying? So yeah, that shit is crazy, man. That shit's crazy. You know, so yeah, they don't make movies like that no more. They don't make movies like that no more. I guess all the good producers died or something. What's the dude? The Hughes brothers is still alive, right? The Hughes brothers is still alive. But I mean, the West Coast niggas make the best movies. And what's the one that died? What's his name? The one that did Boys in the Hood, right? What's his name? Singleton died. It was a joint that was floating around on the internet. I never seen this one either. I thought I watched every pop video that I could watch, but it was Pop racing Singleton. Did you see that one, Lance? I mean, Taz?
I ain't seen that one.
Yeah, it was Tupac. They was racing, you know, and Now maybe I could pull it up. It may be in my memory, my history. And I was like, what the fuck is this? So I guess they made a bet, like who was the fastest, and they was like racing. And Pac won. Singleton was up at first. He was like winning at first, but Pac caught up with him and won. I guess he won and shit, whatever. But it was just like, it reminded me of back in the day by like the rules that Pac was saying, like, because he's like, yeah, tell everybody got the way. He said, no. You know what I'm saying? Because if the cops chase you, ain't nobody getting out the way. How is that a rule if y'all just racing? Like, it's like a hood race. Yeah, you got to run around the motherfuckers. How the fuck? He said, no, you can't tell nobody to move out the way. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, I'm gonna pull that shit up because that shit was funny than a motherfucker, bro. That shit was funny than a motherfucker. I thought the game came on tonight.
Nah, tomorrow.
Tomorrow. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I got an alert that said Giannis was out too.
Oh, he's out for game one? I thought either way they was going to take game one anyway. Phoenix.
I think Phoenix going to pull it off with the young boys. I think they're going to pull it off. Unthinkable. I'm out. I live in.
You said Phoenix is going to pull it off?
Hell yeah, they're going to pull it off, bro. And instead of my dumb ass making little silly bets like that, I be betting on bullshit. Like, nigga, I'm supposed to have that bet, bro. Like, nigga, that was a come up at the beginning of the year, bro. Phoenix ain't had no motherfucking odds to win no championship, nigga. Probably could have got $75 on the dollar for a Phoenix Suns finals appearance, let alone the championship.
You said you said Phoenix is gonna pull it off.
Yeah. They're gonna beat Milwaukee, bro. When Giannis not 100%, I mean, these boys to death, nigga. Hey, bro, some real shit though, man. Why niggas don't never change their iPhone ringtone, bro?
Yeah, that's me all the way though.
Hey, nigga, I had that ringtone, nigga, for the entire time. I had the 7 and the 8, nigga, and I ain't never changed it. Like now, I got the 12 Max Pro. I ain't thought about changing no motherfucking ringtone. You remember when niggas used to have a song as their ringtone?
Yeah, I remember that. That shit was like heavy in like 2010. Yeah, that was heavy. Like, you gotta have a ringtone. And some people that still do that shit. Like my landlord, he got the Sanford and Son ringtone and shit.
Yeah, I'm talking about niggas should bust out with "I won't deny it, I'm a straight rider." You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, that's a good ringtone though.
Yeah, that ringtone game fell off after Soulja Boy and them fucked it up. That's what Soulja Boy fucked up, nigga, the ringtone game, nigga. Man. Man, I should have took my ass home tonight, bro. I can't even do it. I done got old, bro.
What are you doing?
Shit, you know, I be taking a little trip in the summertime and shit, just driving across the country and shit, see my people and shit. So, I was on my way back, but I ain't shit. I don't be driving at night, bro. I used to drive at night. Like I say, we done made it like most of the way there now, but like we got to New Mexico, nigga. Soon the sun went down. I'm like, nah. So I drive. No, you won't. It's over, nigga. Book the room. For real.
So who you driving with, your son?
No, my wife.
You don't want to drive it?
Well, when it get dark, bro, I just don't trust the road, bro.
Yeah.
I just don't trust what be out here at night, bro. Like that shit. I ain't never hit a deer or no shit like that. I just be trying to avoid some shit like that. You know what I'm saying? Like the older I get, the less likely I am to be pushing limits. Like shit, fuck that.
That's real. That's real. And Shorty, she was telling me the other day, like, yeah, why don't you just take a risk? I said, I'm 41 years old. I ain't taking no damn risk. He said, take a risk. He told me to be taking some damn risk. He said, take a risk.
Nigga, first
tripping.
Oh, nigga, pull over, nigga.
He's tripping.
Fuck that.
For that shit, bro.
I try to get my son to come with me, man. That nigga so he kicking it at home and shit. You know, he was in college all last year, bro. So he back at home and shit, lightweight feeling himself. He didn't want to come out here with me, but he finna start school again in August and shit. So he finna have to go to football camp. So
bro. That was almost like early fucking work and shit. That turned into a job, bro. It ain't fun no more.
Yeah, he get on my nerves with that shit though, bro. Everything be so fucking football related. That shit annoying, bro.
Yeah. I can only imagine. Yeah, supportive, man. I ain't had nobody support my black ass, bro. So
I'm supportive. No, me.
It's good.
I was salty last year though, man, because they had the little spring season and shit. But he said that they ain't counting that shit. So the spring season didn't count against him. He's still a freshman on the field. But yeah, he was telling me though, like, man, I hated last year because it wasn't nobody in the stands. You know what I'm saying? They had the COVID restrictions, dog, and they played in the spring, so all I could do was watch the games online when nobody allowed in the stands. So you know what I'm saying? I'll be there this year though. Soon as them tickets drop, I'm there.
That's what's up.
Man, I wanted my son to be a football player so bad, bro. That was my favorite sport. I knew I was good at it. I know he would naturally develop the skill of a running back or a receiver. And I was his coach for a little while in Little League. And then next thing you know, he let his mama talk him into not. To be quite honest with you, bro, I don't even know what happened. He just stopped showing up. That nigga. I used to make him run more than the other teammates and stuff. And I say, anybody want to follow him, because you're going to be great. And nobody would never follow. So he kind of got mad at me, you know what I'm saying? I think he let his mama kind of talk him out of it. But he
put too much pressure on him. Saying all that shit.
He was out there capping, bro.
Not good at music.
You gotta let him shine first, bro.
You gotta let him breathe a little bit. Yeah, you gotta let him.
Like he had started late, so I already knew because I didn't start football. I always played football in the streets all my childhood. Really good, fast, juke, pick him up, F him up, nigga, not be in touch. But when it came down to athleticism, I knew he did not have his statue built up like mine was because I had always been playing. He was like sedentary lifestyle, not fat or nothing, real skinny, slim, you know what I'm saying? Fast, can flip and everything, but not agile. So I was just like taking him making him run the hills. There was a hill that I used to run when I was his age. I used to take him there and make him run the hills. I think he probably just didn't want that work, bro.
That's too much, bro. See,
you gotta let him breathe with the Little League and and part of the whole thing is when they come, they're gonna come to you for something. You know what I'm saying? And that's when you do it. It's like because it's like you could chase them away if you be too hard.
Yes, I said I could have been having delusions of grandeur. I just knew what it take to make a monster, bro. Because I built myself into a monster. I built myself into a 4.3 speed runner. You feel what I'm saying? Burst. You know what I'm saying? I was fast, and I built that by running those hills, sprinting uphill, bro. Sprinting straight uphill, fast as I can, tired, burning. And I did that for so many years, bro, that my burst was so impeccable. I did that by the time I got to 10th grade high school. I was running a 4.3. That's the last time I was clocked. I tore my Achilles in the 11th grade, And then I just did track in high school. I mean, in the 12th grade, and I just
that's pretty fast. I never ran a 4.3.
That's what my son run right now, nigga. And see where I fucked up at.
Did he run first heels, bro, or was he just naturally developed that way?
He naturally that way, bro. This nigga been fast his whole fuck. This nigga nickname is Prime, bro. He wears 21. They told him he's Deion Sanders, nigga, not me.
Yeah.
I try to talk the nigga down. See what I'm saying? Like they done told this nigga he's that. You know what I mean? So like, but like my I would say my mistake with my son, bro, was when he came to live with me in Chicago, right? Now, keep in mind, he coming out the 8th grade, going into his freshman year. His mom then like turned over the reins, like, all right, you know, we had a deal. You're supposed to get him when he go to high school. Here he go.
Where is he coming from?
He was coming from my hometown, Lima, Ohio.
Okay.
But I lived in Chicago on the south side, bro. You know what I'm saying? So first thing I did, nigga, was to the burbs, and I fucked up. I should have let that nigga go to CPS, bro. I took that nigga to the burbs, bro. He was the best player on his team, but they won one game, bro. And that nigga left in the 11th grade and went back to his mama's house, bro. He played football. Played football at the high school I went to, nigga. He wanted to go play for the high school I went to. And I felt like if I let him play at CPS, you know what I'm saying, at a Chicago public school, he'd have did his thing. And he'd have been cool around, you know what I'm saying, a bunch of niggas and more competitive. But that nigga was out there with these Mexicans and these white boys, bro. They couldn't play.
Holding you know L's, bro. He might be doing all the damn work, too.
You know what I'm saying? Yeah, he was a running back, slot receiver and shit, bro. Corner on D.
Probably was the most passionate.
You know, like what a play is designed for you type shit.
So yeah,
that's fun at first. That's fun at first until you start holding them L's.
Come home sorry, but the first few games was like my stats. Man, bro, that's like that second season. It was just all bad. It was like, damn, man, I can't do this, man. We just losing. You know what I'm saying? It's like, what can you say other than, but shit, dog, you shining. You know what I'm saying? Like, don't worry about it, dog. You straight. That nigga wanted to go to a better school, and I wasn't willing. You know what I'm saying? Like, you go to a blue ribbon school, nigga, the academics is more important, dog. Like, you know what I'm saying? He getting his grades. So, you know what I mean? In my mind, that's the most important thing. You know what I mean? Like, but looking back, you know what I'm saying? I wish I'd have did it a little different though. You know what I'm saying? Because he left to go live with his mom, not because he hated me, because the nigga wanted to win.
Yeah. So like, yeah, that's like, you know, important. Like he really wanted to play football. That's, you know.
Yeah, he's a football player, but this nigga still work out every day, all this shit, bro. He's deep he in college, still talking about going to the NFL, all this shit, bro. Like, and you know what I'm saying? Again, as a father, what do you say other than, I know you can, but bro, keep your options open just in case you can't. But like, if there's a million people around you telling you prime time this, prime that, and you know what I'm saying, you call me talking about Jackson State now and shit, bro. Like, well, shit. Listen, man, I know you trying to get there, but bro, listen, man, just you know, make sure you get your degree, my nigga. Like, cause what if you don't go to the NFL? Like, it's just hard telling a 19-year-old that shit.
Well, if he's how tall? He's tall as you?
Nah, he is mom height. That nigga like 5'8", 5'9".
Oh, 5'9". Okay, so yeah, well, he's running a 4.3, and you know. I thought he was taller than that. I'm looking at the picture.
Yeah, nah, he ain't tall. He ain't tall. He used to play running back, and that's still what he want to play. But like you know what I'm saying? Like I keep trying to make him understand, nigga. They want you for that speed, nigga. They want you
but that's me all the way. Man, I'm just about the same height.
Yeah,
I wasn't that fast, so I was maybe like in my top was like a 4.4. But
that's 04. See, I can't, bro. I ain't no fucking way, bro.
Yeah, I'm running like 4.7. I used to run so fast that my feet used to come off the ground sometime, bro. No lie. Like I would lose grip from my feet, and I ran on my toes. So
that's pretty fast for a person your height, though.
5'8", 4'3".
You ran?
No, 4.7. He said a 4.7.
Oh, for me.
Yeah.
Yeah, I wasn't slow. That's like playing basketball. I was most known for the chase down block. I still do it to you to this day. Chase your shit down and pin that shit to the backboard. I still got wheels. I still got the wheels. But like I say, man, it's for one, 2 games, bro. After that, nigga, I'm walking.
I went to the YMCA with my boy. We go to the YMCA, so we playing 2-on-2 with the young boys, right? They had to be like 22. We scored like, the game went to 22. We scored like 10 straight. And then we got tired. We had them up like 10-1. And then we got tired. The motherfuckers came back and beat our ass. They got your whole ass out of breath and shit.
And that shit right there, nigga, playing street ball lets you know how some of them NBA games can go, bruh. Because I done seen the momentum shift on the playground, nigga, to the point where y'all up 8-3, but lose because y'all niggas can't make a shot and they hitting everything now. Like, I done been in them games on the court, you know what I'm saying, on both sides. So I know how that shit can go in an NBA game.
Bro, I love playing point guard. I like to make the ball move, bro. See the motherfucking cross cuts and everything. You know what I'm saying? Like, cut that direction, cut away from the cross and spin and pass type shit. I like that type of movement. I like smart play. That's what I used to like to play about play the 2K shit, because it lets you play how you think. You know what I'm saying? It lets you set up the plays how you would do it in real life and shit.
Yeah, because I remember the NBA Live used to be the shit, but then 2K took the fuck over. 2K took the fuck over. Y'all can see the share screen? Y'all can see the share screen?
I think they bought them out, didn't they?
No, they two different joints, right?
Yeah, I see it. Yeah, they 2 different joints, but 2K put NBA Live out of business, bro. Like, if EA did buy 2K, it was a good move, because nigga, 2K been killing it for like 10 years, bro.
Yeah, it's a wrap.
Yeah, I think Madden bought 2K.
It's perfect fadeaway. Are we about to
what?
Come on.
Hey, football 2K.
Oh,
ever since 2K up to like 2011, I think.
That shit was trash, though. That ain't never been a football game.
Trash it all, bro.
It ain't never been a football game that's fucking mad, nigga. You out your mind, nigga. Check no more.
I wasn't always on that level, bro.
Remember Game Day? Remember Game Day on PlayStation?
Game Day was alright. But wait, this nigga said man wasn't always that, though. But serious?
Yeah, no. Remember the first man was trash, bro.
You crazy, bro?
Yeah, the first one. I like to take. Remember? No, it wasn't better than Tecmo Bowl. Super Tecmo Bowl.
No, it wasn't.
So it wasn't. Now it wasn't, because my mom actually brought that for me. I'm like, damn, why she give me this old ass Mac? This was like 93 or something like that. She got me the first Mac, and I'm like, the fuck? I said Mac, but she got me the first one. I guess she was looking for the cheapest one. And goddamn, I was talking about Matt in 93. She got me that first one. I'm like, man, I traded that shit to somebody for Tecmo Bowl. And Tecmo Bowl was the shit then, bro.
Yeah, it was the shit.
Yeah, but Mad 93 was when they passed Tecmo Bowl.
Yeah. Mad, that's why I wanted that one. Mad 93 was
they passed Tecmo Bowl. That's the one where the ambulance came out.
Yeah, knocking motherfuckers down.
That motherfucker hit you, John Madden, like boom. And all that shit, bro.
Where that truck come from?
Yeah, bro. That first
with
remember the joint in '94 when you could high step on that motherfucker?
Yep. Hey, bro, you can run the other team to the other touchdown and throw a touchdown to the other end.
You can run a screw up on that man.
Yeah.
That's the year when the Niners won it, when they had Deion.
Bill Walsh, bro. Bill Walsh, the first Bill Walsh college football. That was the 94 game. Nigga, Bill Walsh 94, 95.
What was the joint that was on Sega, though? That joint was all right, too, that football game. What was that?
That was Bill Walsh, nigga.
2K.
Bill Walsh.
Yeah, that joint was official, bro.
Nigga,
that joint was official, bro.
That's still official today. I'll play that.
Hold on, bring it up. Let's see what it looked like.
Well, that was what?
I think what it looked like. Nigga had all 144 Division I schools on it, nigga.
That shit was official, bro. Yeah. And it played out. Yeah.
Bro, that shit played out like a real season, bro, with the game ranking.
Yeah. The gameplay was good on that.
Bro, you can use some funds, bro. You can take Temple to the national championship, nigga, on that bitch, bro. You know what I'm saying? Like, that shit was real.
Temple getting better, man. Temple getting better, man. Yeah, that's crazy. Yeah, that's crazy. Yeah, they did have good gameplay on that, John. What's the other one?
But it's been all Madden, bro. It's been all Madden since then.
Yeah, Madden had on lock after 93. After 93, he had it on lock. But that game they had, you know, that game they had made some noise in, like, you know, when PlayStation first came out.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that game day was kind of official too, bro. Yeah. Looking for the new football. We're looking always for the new football shit to come out.
Yeah, I can't never sit on Tecmo Super or Tecmo Ball though, bro. Shit, Tecmo Basketball a classic, nigga.
Yeah, that was the shit, bro. I used to run a score up on niggas, bro. With the Supersonics, bro. We had Gary Payton, Sean Kiffin.
Bro, that bitch had Mike on it, bro. Like niggas forget Mike was on that, bro. He was on that actual game, not no fake Mike. Nigga, none of that shit, bro. Charles Barkley, everybody was on that.
Everybody was on that joint. Matter of fact, I'm gonna get that joint. Let me order that motherfucker. Like, yeah, the motherfucker dunking on them motherfuckers and everybody foul, pudding. And then motherfucker ref come out and shit.
Bro, Larry Bird was on that bitch still, bro.
Yeah, everybody on that bitch, bro. Everybody was on that bitch. And you could play the whole season on that bitch.
And yeah, they had 82 game season. First game to do that shit. 82 game season.
And multiple users too. Like, everybody could play the season. You know what I'm saying? But Tecmo was like that too. The football was like that too.
Yeah, they had 60 in regular season.
Man, everybody used to come to the crib, man. Like, the whole squad come to the crib, like 6 niggas up in there playing a whole season of fucking Tecmo Bowl.
Yeah, Bruce started my day off with some shit like that, man. Talking about niggas passing the sticks. Like, nigga, that, like, he said that shit. That shit took me back. Like, shit, bro. I missed the sticks, nigga. Yeah, that's when you know you with the niggas, your peoples and shit. That's when your fam around with niggas sitting around waiting for their game and shit. Like, nigga, that's throwback shit though, nigga. I ain't passed the sticks, nigga, like 10 years.
You talking about playing the game?
Yeah, playing against some people though, not just
like. Okay, I got you. Talking about betting too, huh?
Yeah, betting and everything. The whole time, everybody there, nigga, was good. I'm next, nigga. That's 20, nigga. That's Madden 05 shit right there though for me.
Computer, in order to play right, bro, you got to be on a computer to play.
When they
Xbox shit is
hit
slow.
Stick, yeah, that changed the game, nigga.
Oh yeah, that was definitely it. I don't know who came up with that fucking idea, bro. But
stick, nigga.
that changed the momentum, nigga. Blowing you, you get a fumble.
If you remember, the year before, Michael Vick was running crazy on that bitch on 2004. Yeah. Michael Vick was running so crazy on there, bro. If a nigga knew how to use him, you couldn't beat him.
Yeah, I put the Detroit Lions run and shoot on Atlanta and played with them. Killed them niggas.
You know what?
Yeah, they was
big. I always asked if we could sue Madden for the hit stick.
Yo, but that shit was lovely. I used to have Roy Williams. Remember Roy Williams? He was supposed to be a linebacker, but they got him at safety. And I used to hit motherfuckers with Roy Williams with the motherfucking hit.
He was a safety from Texas.
Yeah, he was a safety, but he really was supposed to play linebacker. How he actually played. He played like a linebacker.
Roy Williams played on Detroit.
Yo, that nigga, when he hit a motherfucker on that hit stick, man, them niggas fumbling like a motherfucker, bro. So I was smacking.
No, not Roy Williams. You said for the Redskins, right?
No, Roy Williams for the Cowboys, bro. Well, he got traded.
Oh yeah.
That's the one that hurt T.O. with the horse collar. That's why they made the horse collar, because Roy Williams. He the one that
T.O. came back that season too, bro. That was crazy.
Yeah, he came back
and played.
That was McDonald's fault they lost that one.
I always wondered though, like with the whole suing over the concussions and shit, like Madden played a big role, bro. Like the hit stick promoted hitting to the head, bro, more than anything.
Man, you watch older 80s football, bro?
Yeah, that's what.
Watch Ronnie Lott highlights. He's coming with that helmet first, bro.
Shit, John Lynch.
Steve Atwater.
John Lynch was retarded, bro.
Water, nigga. Steve Atwater was a goddamn headhunter, nigga.
He's going for it. And all that shit was legal then.
Yeah, bro, that's like
fucking murder niggas, bro.
Before Terrell Davis got there, man, it was just John Elway and Steve Atwater, nigga. Number 27 back there, crazy safety, bro. But like, for real, man, I think that's a position that's overlooked, man. Because when you look at the history of some of these motherfuckers, think about a Merton Hanks, Troy Polamalu, you know what I'm saying? A fucking Ed Reed. Them niggas don't get the type of shot, bro. Ed Reed a fucking goat out here, nigga. At safety, nigga. Yeah, he don't get his shine the way he's supposed to.
Because that's almost like the safety is like the fucking, when they say the middle linebacker actually is the person that's like, but he sees the whole field. He like sees the whole field, man. And
that's why you gotta give it up, bro. Like a Troy, I know y'all niggas remember Troy Polamalu, bro.
Yeah.
I mean, this motherfucker was everywhere, doing everything.
You need definitely a strong safety, bro. Because those are the ones taking them big ass tight ends too.
Yeah, but see, we got
and then they gotta help stop the run.
But bro, you think any of them niggas could stop these new? You think they could stop a Gronk or like a George Kittle? Like these niggas, bro.
Yeah.
These new tight ends fast as fuck, 6'8", nigga. You know what I'm saying? Mark Edwards, nigga, type shit, bro. Like they turning tight ends into glorified wide receivers for real.
Yeah, Antonio Gates changed the whole game.
Yes, he did.
I mean, Antonio Gonzalez was a part of it, but Tony didn't line up like Gates. You know what I mean? They didn't start using him like a weapon to Antonio Gates. Was lining up at wide receiver in the slot, fucking in the backfield.
Yeah, I would give it to Gates, but definitely got to throw Gonzalez in there though. But yeah, them two. And I think Shannon Sharp was in there, but I don't think he played long enough to compete with them two. You know what I'm saying?
They didn't play that type of system. If he was used like that,
yeah, I need to find somebody to put some money on, man. Look at the bottom of this motherfucking standings and see who they giving some money up to, because I missed that Phoenix money, man. I ain't even I didn't trust this half the season shit, so I just kind of stayed away from it. Like I wasn't really deep into the NBA this year like I be in other seasons. I felt like this was like that 99 lockout season type shit. Niggas on strike or some shit. I missed that play though. I'm sorry, because I didn't see this coming.
Hey, I just want to give you guys a heads up. I'm starting a GoFundMe. I'm working on a project. It is barber clippers that use a pulse laser to cut hair instead of your traditional scissors or blade over blade.
A laser.
Pulse laser, yeah.
But you could have put a laser on somebody's head?
The pulse laser cut the hair at the length, the comb lifts it. Will never touch the head.
I'm straight on that, nigga.
What are y'all talking about?
You'll never cut my hair with no motherfucking laser, nigga. You got me fucked up.
Yo, I walked away for a second, right?
I'll always be
nigga was talking about fucking Steve Atwater. I come back and this nigga said, "You never cut my hair with a laser." That quick, the conversation changed to some shit I don't even know what the fuck y'all talking about.
Bro, this nigga said that he started to GoFundMe for niggas to contribute to this new technology in barber technology that's gonna have him cutting hair with a laser. And I'm just saying no, bro. Like you're not putting a laser near me or my son or probably anybody I know, but that sounds dangerous.
Probably nobody I know. Like if I was about to sit on the chair, it'd be sad, like, no, nigga.
Bro, what the fuck you doing? I don't know that technology.
Not dangerous, it's totally safe.
No, but I can see it going there because you see how the shape ups is getting like sharper and sharper and sharper and sharper.
Yeah,
to the point where,
that shit
you know the little white shit that be around a motherfucker when they get the shape up? I be seeing motherfuckers, they leave that on there as opposed to wiping it off with alcohol. You know what I'm saying? So I don't know why motherfuckers do that.
Oh yeah, just so you see how crisp it is. I mean, I get it, bro, but no, bro. That's what I'm saying. Like, I'd rather you just do that shit with set of clippers, though, bro. I ain't fucking with it.
I told you, you're a dying breed, bro. You're a dying breed, bro. There's no different than a motherfucker like, man, all using them cell phones, man. I'm just gonna stay with my house phone.
Bro, we talking about a laser though, bro. Like on somebody's body though, bro. Like it's like
what's right now with your goddamn on that goddamn cell phone, bro? On that radiation and shit.
Yeah, bro, but you smell a laser, bro. Like, bro, hell no.
You know that COVID, that shit too. When they taking your temperature, take that shit.
Shit, I ain't took shit of mine.
You ever go into a place where you ever go into a place where they gotta test you for test your temperature?
You know what? I forgot, man. They had them full body joints in Vegas. We just walked through it.
Yeah.
So I take that back. I have had my temperature taken.
I said a COVID test, but yeah, that's what I meant to say.
Yeah.
When they're taking your temperature, like you go in a place and they shoot you with the damn thing, like
they got that shit set up at the door in like casinos and shit in Vegas, bro. Well, they took all that shit down now. But like during the pandemic and shit, bro, like they was testing you when you come in, but they had it like a machine.
Yeah. That's like a fucking. What they got the name for the laser? The one that you can actually feel. Because most of the lasers you can't feel. There's a name that they got for it. So you talking about like the actual laser that that cuts your shit.
You can pop a balloon with it, but it only lasts for a fraction of a second. It don't stay on long.
That's what I'm saying. If you can pop a balloon, bro, you can pop a brain with that. That's what I'm saying.
Right, motherfucker, turn that bitch all the way up like, yeah, niggas be getting robbed with lasers and shit. You know what I'm saying? They have to that'll make a whole new crime that they gotta make a law for and shit. You know what I'm saying? These niggas running around here robbing niggas with lasers. I have to tap into the political plug for a second.
Just trying to wake y'all up, man. We going there. All that Justin shit, bro, was the past.
Yeah. You see. I'm telling you, once y'all see this 5G shit pop off, with this internet of things, you're gonna see. If y'all niggas ain't, comfortable with change, shit.
Oh yeah.
Internet of Things. I was looking at that Internet of Things like, yo, you could program your refrigerator, you could program your car, you could program everything, bro. Everything.
Bro, I'm looking down the street in your lenses, and you gonna see your Facebook friends from a distance, nigga. You gonna see they shit pop up like boop, like with the Pokemon shit.
Yeah, bro. They say you can have the whole shit on your wall. Like your wall can be like a fucking smart wall shit. You know what I'm saying? Like,
shit, they got it where you can like you don't even need an earpiece or anything, bro, for the music to play in your ear.
That's
that
crazy.
Shit automatically goes to only your ear. It's a radio that'll only hit your ear. That shit crazy, bro.
Yeah, bro. So yeah, you talking about crazy shit. That, bro.
I even look at though even the game plan, bro, and what they finna do with us. They finna got this, bro. They finna look out. So we think. This finna get. It's gonna get tough, man. That shit is it's gonna get tough. Like you really.
I'm telling y'all, with that is gonna come a whole new. That shit's gonna come up with a whole new set of crimes.
Hell yeah.
The new technology. There's always some new crimes to commit.
It's gonna be hacking your brain.
It's gonna be hacking your brain.
That's the
like that Johnny Mnemonic
technology in them though, bro.
This is all about, bro.
Talking about mind control. That's literal.
Shit, that's, you know what I mean? Ain't no telling what they might be able to do, nigga.
I just know that.
Motherfuckers, bro. I don't want no smoke, nigga.
Like any of y'all got League Pass?
You said the League Pass? I had it years ago.
Well, you be watching all of the games like online? Because I'm asking because you can see commercials of the local commercials, like, you know what I mean, and what they be doing at halftime on League Pass and shit.
Okay. Yeah, I had it years ago, man. I had last time I had it was like 2000.
Every game, bro, all they do is promote black. At halftime, they promote black businesses where you can find black.
Last time I had it was like 2017.
The city of the city.
You can get them for free though. They got the website that you can.
Yeah, that's what I be. That's what I use the website. Yeah, I use that.
Yeah, they had it. Yeah, they don't go to commercial. They just let it play out, right?
Yeah. Something like that halftime. And on every game, bro, I watched this season. And I wasn't paying attention. And I looked back, I'm like, damn. Every time, bro, they were promoting like where you could find black businesses at.
Yeah, that's the whole new thing now. You know what I'm saying? Like you represent the motherfucking you represent the motherfucking minorities.
Yeah, but y'all can't see a blatant. It's like a blatant shift in power right before our very eyes.
Bro. It ain't no shift in power.
Ain't no shift in power.
Everything, right? You can't, because you don't see it yet. But that's what this is going to cost,
bro. It's not.
Black businesses being promoted, economic stimulations.
Why do you think they're doing that?
White people being jealous.
We about to separate and we land.
Nah. I think that a disease is gonna come and wipe out the people that it's supposed to.
Yeah, you fucked it up.
And those that left, well, I'm just telling you,
that motherfucker's already here. They call it the coronavirus.
Nah, and I think they use blood, their DNA to cure the virus. So they give us the virus.
That's part of what they call it. I got a book, right? I got a book.
Damn.
It's called.
Why do you have to take it and run that far with it, bro? Like,
he thought Lance was going to be logical at that he straight dropping, bro.
It was logical, man. Y'all just can't see it.
Fumble, nigga.
I got a book. It's called. It's called how the great great white nations were mongrelized and then negroized.
Yeah.
Right?
Yep.
And in his book it talks about, right, how to destroy, right? To destroy America, they have to give black people a level of power. This is what they're saying. Like part of the whole degeneration of America is letting non-white people get privilege, and it's gonna disrupt the overall system because they're really trying to destroy the system and replace it with when you read about like the Council on Foreign Relations and what their aspirations is, and even President Barack Obama, when he was president, he was talking about when he do the international meetings, he would speak from a more global standpoint as to what the aspirations was.
You saying the shift of the system, a change the system, but not a change in power.
Yeah, it's a change of system because what they want to do is they want to replace, the current system with a more global system, and they want to relegate it into sections of the world, like what I'm saying, like this would be like the American. They have American Union, then the Asian Union, then maybe like an African Union, something along that lines, and then they'll have like something that's looking over that, and that's what NAFTA was supposed to represent, because they do it through trade, and it's these corporations that actually has the power, and their power goes into, what they call the politicians. And then they have power to fund specific people to help them, pass laws that will be conducive to what they're trying to do as far as with their businesses. It's like overall, it's a system, So what they're saying is that they have to put or give black people or non-white people a level of privilege that's equal to that of the white people, and that would actually disrupt the nation and cause disorder, and at the same time,
usher in the new system.
Yeah, usher in a new system because it's like a problem, reaction, solution type of thing.
Yeah, control chaos. Yeah, and that's why I say and that's why. So now this comes even at two folds. So not only are they stopping us? Are they are they getting ready to give us all of these gifts and different things and recognizes Juneteenth and reparations, all of this shit? But on top of that,
they have a new technology now. That's all they're saying. Like they have a new technology now. What they're gonna do to you? So they don't have to even they ended slavery, right? This was right before they began to do all the shit, as far as the experimentation and all the different shit that they were doing during molecular biology. It's the new shit, and biological warfare. They have shit that they put in the foods. They have shit that they actually inject you in with them bullshit vaccinations. So they can give a damn about you working in your 401k at this point. We know that it's going to be at least 30% of you that die from diabetes. And that in itself is population control. By the mere fact that, grandma had 11 kids and we having 2 kids, 1 kid, no kids. You know what I'm saying?
My grandma had 17. And
so
my grandpa married
population control.
And had 17.
That's population control.
Hell yeah.
Because even today, that would be, I would even say, because I remember back in the 90s, having 5 kids was like, shit, you like tripping. You got 5 kids?
Yeah, they started, that was the social, the social.
Yeah, it turned into like a social stigma. Like if you had 5 kids, that's like, damn. You know what I mean? So yeah, this shit is real, bro. This shit is real. And they create the society. So somebody use it on the flip side and say some shit like, well, you can't have, well, society is not going to let you have a certain amount of kids, and the person want to do this and that and that. That's because they shape the society for that specific purpose. So it's not incentivized to have a lot of kids within the system. It's more incentivized for you not to have children.
So it's being incentivized for you not to have a relationship.
Right. So, and this is like kind of like the whole thing of what the society that they create. Because when they create, they give freedom to the women, and then at the same time, thrust them into a society with males, whereas though to a certain extent they get exploited, and it have a psychological impact on the women, which makes us in turn begin to hate each other. It's psychological, you know what I'm saying? It's psychological. So it's incentivized for you to continue to do that, and then having children gives you a level of maturity. You know what I'm saying? And when that is eliminated, you have a lot of adults that are still acting like children, but they're just adults. You know what I'm saying? With responsibilities. And then it's like a whole thing. So now you have this whole, and this is what that I was trying to get at with the Kevin Samuels. Like this phenomenon. That's like a phenomenon. Like you have this man coming on and he's talking about these women in this way, and it's very, very juvenile. It's an older guy and shit. He's playing a part. He got the visual thing down packed. What do you call himself? What do you say his profession is? He's an image consultant. So he has the look, the background and the whole thing, and the suit on, so he looks like an expert. And this is what I'm talking about with how y'all niggas is fooled because y'all think a certain type of way. Okay, this is what professional is. Professionalism. He looks the part. So he's now going on and he's talking about women in a very juvenile way. You're not cute enough. You're fat. You look like a linebacker. You're not good enough to have this man. These are the things that he's throwing out there, and it's all byproduct of what we're talking about. That's what that produced. Because really, for a person to do that consistent, it has to be a level of hatred that you have for the Black woman. And I was saying it to the young guy in the other show the other day. He had his initiation interview, because the people that agree, even the women that he agree with, he don't really give them that much shine. It's like, okay, you agree with me, thanks for calling. I'm doing somebody I disagree with, because he want that smoke. He want that smoke, bro. So that's a byproduct of the communication. You take out, you put alternative forms of sex into the picture, and it makes a society where it's like, well, I don't need you. I don't really need you. So that's when the standards began. Well, I'm not going to settle down until and because when you have a society that you can fuck if you want to, you can have sex. So marriage is supposed to be this big thing. That's supposed to be the person that you want to spend the rest of your life with. So, but my pleasures are already being met, though. You know what I mean? But, when it comes to the point where a motherfucker want to settle down, maybe have some children and do all the things that, you're supposed to do as an adult, it's like, okay, they have to be like this, this and that. And then, but what made the marriages work generations ago was the biological necessity. That, okay, yeah, it's to the point where I gotta, that's why I produce more children, and they stay together, see the society incentivized that, having more children. And that's why they had these big households. Grandma stayed in the back room, you know, big ass family, 5 bedrooms. You know, them old houses is big as hell. You know, so all that now is now being, there's a lot of movements that occurred. You know, social engineering. That's what we were talking about before, the Tavistock Institute. You know, they began to get us to think a certain type of way. Alfred Kinsey.